That's a good response. You're a little bit awake this morning, aren't you? I'm Judy Pyle. I'm the Chancellor at Baptist Health College Little Rock. I have a couple jobs this morning. My first job is to introduce our academic and spiritual counselor, Dr. P. Hope Coleman. You guys will get to know her in a class called Spiritual Perspectives. This morning she's going to open us up with a thought and an invocation.
Good morning. That's pretty good. Here on the first day of class. I want to share with you a verse from Scripture to give you some encouragement. Most of you, I believe, were involved in one of the welcome days when I came in and shared with you from Proverbs about taking heed to all the instruction you're going to get. I want to share with you a verse out of Jeremiah today. Many of you may be very familiar with this. Some of you may have it written down somewhere. But in chapter 29, verse 11, the scripture says this. It's the prophet Jeremiah writing to the people. And he says this, "For I know the plans that I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you a future and a hope." There's a couple of things about this verse that are really important. One is that this is the Lord speaking to his people, and he is telling them, I have plans for you. I know the plans that I have for you. And in the original language, the idea that is trying to be conveyed there is that God has us on his mind. He has his people in his thoughts. So the encouragement for us today is that God is thinking about us. God has us on his mind. And the follow-up is that the thoughts that he has for us are good. They're to prosper us. They're to give us a future and to give us a hope. So I hope that encourages you today that the Lord is thinking about you. And what he wants for you is good things. Like I said at your welcome day, there may be some things that you don't understand as you get started in class this morning and as you get started moving through your program of study. There may be things you don't understand, you don't know why you're having to do it. But just trust that these plans the Lord has laid before you are for your good and that they are not going to harm you, that you will prosper. There's that word again. It comes, we heard that back when we were talking in Proverbs, but it also is repeated here from Jeremiah, that the Lord wants us to prosper. He wants us to multiply. He wants us to grow. He wants us to develop. He wants all these good things for us. So the Lord has you on his mind today, and the thoughts that he has for you are good thoughts. When you get a little stressed, when you're feeling a little overwhelmed, remind yourself of that God knows the plans he has for you. He's put you here on purpose. My prayer is that by the end of the day, you feel and sense what that purpose is, and that you know you're in the right place doing exactly what the Lord has called you to do. So as we begin, I'd like to pray for you, so please join with me for just a moment. Father, today is a new day, and we are very grateful for the opportunity to experience it. Thank you for the blessings that lay ahead for these students. I pray that you would guard their hearts and minds, and that you would help them to receive all the information that they're going to be given today. I pray that you would bless their minds with the ability to retain and to remember and recall all the important things that they will be taught and told today. Father, I pray that you continue to provide for all their needs, that you would continue to work out child care for those who need to take care of that you would work out work schedules for students who still need to get that taken care of, that you would also help students to get a schedule with their family and with other responsibilities in place and ready to go. So I'm praying that today would be the start of a new day, not only a new year, but a new day for these students, that you would bless them beyond what they can ask, imagine, or even think. And I'm praying that you would produce for them and produce for us members of the healthcare team who will be professionals, who will be able to go and care for your people around the world. We ask that today, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen. Well, I will be back in just a few minutes to share with you how I can be your advocate. But I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Pyle, who will talk to you for just a few more minutes.
I did a little contact information sheet for you today, this morning. It's pink, and most of you have it. If you don't, there's some extra copies on the table on the very far end, so you can get that at your break or whatever. I worked hard to try to get you a good, correct, direct phone number that you could call if you have some issues in any area, questions in any area. We do operate a little bit differently, and you'll find that, but hopefully you will find helpful folks in whatever area that you may have questions in, whatever you need. I'm hoping that sheet will help you in the weeks to come, and as you're here with us at Baptist Health College Little Rock. I guess I do have bad news and good news. Which would you like first? Oh, come on. All right, we'll get the bad over with first. There is a lot of information today during orientation. So I find as I get older, if I get a lot of information at once and I'm the receiver of that, it kind of makes me tired. And also if I'm giving a lot of information and just being the presenter for hours at a time, it makes me really tired too. I like little exchanges and small discussion. So unfortunately today, I think you're going to get quite a bit of information. I hope you'll make little notes. Most of you know where you may have issues, where you may have needs, and where you may not have needs. So you're going to see a lot of people come to you today and talk to you about what they do, how they can help you, and what their services are. And so as you see some of those things that may be of service to you in the future, we ask that you take advantage of those, full advantage of those early in your studies instead of late in your studies. We find that students that take advantage of some of these services very early do a lot better than if they wait until the end when they feel like they're really struggling. So I hope you'll take some notes today and be proactive about some of those services that we have for you. The good news that I have for you is one thing that we know about, I'll say adult learners, maybe non-traditional or adult learners, is you do much better when the content that you're learning is something that you're interested in, something that you're passionate about, something that you think is going to be applicable to your future. So all of you are in a place that probably by the end of the week you are going to be deep into something that I hope and pray you think will be part of your future and will be applicable to your success, your family's success. And so that is the good news that I have for you, is we are going to go from a lot of general information today. Probably by the end of the week and next week, you're going to be deep into beginning your profession and beginning very specific information, which I hope will catch your interest and keep you motivated in your program of study. So that is my promise to you, and the good news is that we find that adult learners do real well with that once they get into their area of interest and profession. So we're glad that you're here. I know about the admissions process at Baptist Health College Little Rock. I know what it takes to be sitting in the seat that you are in, and it's not easy. I know that there are a lot of academic preparations that happen. There's a lot of social decisions that you've made, life decisions that you've made that make you eligible to be in the room today. So congratulations on that. I hope you'll continue to make those decisions and don't let anything like that get in your way while you are here with us. So anyway, welcome, and I'll be praying for you guys as you begin your studies here, and congratulations. All right, Hope, are you next? All right.
All right, now I'm back. I'm going to talk to you about my role on campus. As Dr. Powell mentioned, I am the academic and spiritual counselor. And that means that I wear 4 hats. I am the chaplain for the campus, so I'm I work to provide spiritual needs for you as students, but also our faculty and staff. I am the school's counselor. So I'm the person that helps students with emotional needs, with referrals for counseling resources, and for some academic counseling. I also am responsible for disability services here on campus. And I teach the course, as Dr. Pyle mentioned, Spiritual Perspectives in Healthcare. And all of you will take that at some point in your program of study. So I've got a presentation that I want to play for you and go through those 4 areas that I cover, and there's a couple other things that are added in there as well. So let me get this started and get it rolling. And we'll go through and talk to you, and I'll talk to you about how I can be your advocate. That is my role on campus, is to assist you, to help you be successful in whatever your program of study is. I believe we have RN Traditional in the room, RN Accelerated, Practical Nursing, and Scrub Tech. I believe those are the 4 groups of students. So in whatever program of those you are in, I'm here to assist you. And these are the areas that I can offer assistance to you that cover those 4 responsibilities and those 4 hats that I wear. So let me go through them and talk about them one at a time as the slides advance there for me. So the first one I want to talk to you about is the academic counseling role. Specifically for RN Traditional, you will be given an assignment for a faculty advisor. I think RNA does that as well. Practical nursing, you will have a clinical advisor, and Scrub Tech, your faculty, your group is small enough that your faculty, they take care of you in the academic role as well. So each one of you is going to have somebody who is an expert in your field of study. My role is to supplement what they do. So the screen will show you some of the things that I can help you with if you are struggling academically. If you're not performing at the level that you know you're capable of, I can help you with some test-taking strategies. I can help you if you are experiencing anxiety before exams, or anxiety in class, or anxiety in skills lab, or when you get ready for clinical. If there are problems that you might experience with one of your instructors, that's not unusual. We're all individuals with our own uniqueness, and sometimes personalities don't mesh real well. So sometimes you need a safe place to go to talk to someone about those personality conflicts. That is something that I can provide for you. So my role as the academic counselor is to supplement whatever you need in the way of strategies and concepts to help you be successful. The content is under the expertise of your faculty. They're the ones that know all that stuff. I don't. They're the ones that will help you with content, but I can help you with the strategies that you might need. Okay, second area that I can offer you some assistance, wow, this is moving fast, is personal and behavioral counseling. So my role as the school's counselor, I offer counseling to you as students. I am not a licensed professional counselor. I do have training and experience in what's known as pastoral counseling. So I've been doing that for about 35 years now, and I have the qualified training to be in pastoral counseling. And typically the strategy that I use is what's called talk therapy. So if you are feeling a stressful day, or you have a crisis that occurs in your life, my office is right across the hall. You can stop in and see me, you can email me and set an appointment, you can call me and set an appointment. If I'm available, or we make a time to meet, then I can assist you in trying to manage all of the things that are on your plate, because each and every one of you has a lot going on in your lives. And these extra things that school brings can make it very stressful and can make it seem overwhelming at times. So I can assist you with some talk therapy, and if you have needs that are beyond my scope of practice, then I have resources that I can refer you to, places where you can go to get further counseling support and treatment. So know that that's available to you for as long as you're here in school. I'm a resource for you in counseling. So one of the other hats I wear is as a chaplain. And in my role as chaplain, it couples pretty nicely with my role as the counselor. But in the role of chaplain, I really focus on spiritual needs. As you go through your programs of study, you will find that we take a holistic approach to providing care. And in every class that you have, they're going to talk about, yes, signs and symptoms, physical needs, but they're also going to look at social issues, they're going to look at relational issues, and they're going to look at spiritual needs. Because our patients are whole people. You, I, we are all whole people. And we have needs in all these different areas. So when those needs are present, then we want to address them at that level. And that's what I do in my role as chaplain. So I can assist you with prayer, which I very much enjoy doing. I have students regularly stop by my office and say, I've got a big test today, would you mind praying with me? I love doing that. I come into classes many times and offer prayer for students before they take exams. So that is something that I find joy in and would love to do with you if that is a need or a desire that you have. There are two specific projects that I have that I want to tell you about. One is this one right here, Project Scrubs. You've all gotten your uniforms on, I can see that. But you might find that you need a little assistance. We had this practice going where students who have graduated last December, they donate their used scrubs that they're not going to need anymore for students coming in who might need an extra set. So across the hall in the chapel, if you go out that door, it's right around the corner, you probably saw it. Today, between 9:30 and 12, we're going to open up the chapel, and for whatever reason, if you need an extra set of scrubs, you are welcome to come over there, and if we have your size and the color you need, then you can come on in and pick that up. You've got a break, I think, about 9:45, so we'll have the doors open when your break occurs. Come on in. We've got white scrubs, navy scrubs. I have a few other colors. Primarily, it's white and navy. I have sizes from extra small to 3X, but it's a limited amount. So you come in and find what you need, you're welcome to have it. I also have some white shoes. I have some stethoscopes. I have some t-shirts that are dress code compliant. So there's a variety of things in there, and you are welcome to them if it will help you. So today, when you get a break, or when you have your lunch break, we'll be open all morning. Just come on in. There'll be somebody in there to give you some assistance or answer questions for you. The second thing is this project called Food for Thought. Baptist Health College has a food pantry for students, enrolled students, and it's called Food for Thought. In our building, it's located on the opposite side of where we are. The room is 1407. And it will be open each Thursday from, what did that say, 11 to 1, I think. You do not have to show proof of need to receive a food basket or a food sack. This is, again, just to assist you. If you're in a place where things are a little tight, you've got kids, you're a single parent, you need just a little bit extra to help you get through to the next paycheck, that's what this pantry's for. We don't want you to have food insecurity. We want you to know that if that is a need, it's available for you to come and receive some assistance. And if you're not available on Thursdays between 11 and 1, you can come by appointment. Dr. Lindsay Gates, one of our sophomore 2 faculty, is the head of it, and I assist her, and there's some others that work with her. But you are welcome to come anytime and get a food sack to assist you and your families. Okay, those are 2 projects that are associated with my role as chaplain. Now, let's talk about my role as the disability coordinator, the disability services coordinator, because this is a pretty important one also, and something that many of you in the room may need to take advantage of. If you have ever been diagnosed with a learning disability or any kind of learning condition, any issue that impacts your ability to learn, if you've ever received a 504 plan in high school, if you've received accommodations from a previous college or university, then you might find yourself in need of that while you're here at Baptist Health College Little Rock. We provide accommodations to students who are, can show qualified need for accommodations. So you've got to have documentation from a professional, a licensed professional, to say, yes, this individual has ADD, has ADHD, has whatever the condition might be, and requires extended time, requires testing in a smaller group, requires something other than the large group testing that you will experience. So if that is a need that you have or have ever had, and you're starting here with us, let me just say it's in your best interest to be proactive about getting that in place for yourself, because it is something that I find students need. They'll come to me after a semester and they'll say, I'm really struggling now. I didn't think I would need it, but I realize I just can't do it on my own. So please come and see me about that, and I'll get you to sign or fill out a request for accommodations, and then we'll work together to get all your documentation in place and do what you need to do to receive that. Okay, another way I can advocate is to help you make sure that you've got insurance. So if you haven't already, maybe you need to write this down. If you're sitting there and you do not have any health insurance, then I encourage you to write this information down so that you can make some contact. The Eaton Agency is an agency that will help students apply for the Affordable Care Act insurance that is still available. So that insurance that was passed several years ago under President Obama is still in effect, and the Eaton Agency will assist you in making application for that. So if you do not have any health insurance, I strongly encourage you to get that in place. It is so much better to make sure that you have what you need if a crisis occurs than to wait until the crisis occurs and go, uh-oh, I don't have any way to pay for this. I don't have any way to handle this. I hope that none of you have an accident on your way to school in the next 18 to 24 months. I hope none of you have a health crisis. I hope none of you have something that occurs that prevents you from being in class because of your health. But I've been here about 10 years now, and I've seen a lot of that happen, where students didn't expect to be in an accident and have to have surgery and have to withdraw from school. So just take the time to get that in place in case something happens. If you didn't notice, there were two names at the bottom of that screen. Lori and Patrick are the two individuals at the Eaton Agency. If you will call them, tell them you're a student here, ask for one of them, tell them you're a student, Dr. Coleman referred you, that should trigger their memory, and they will help you get that set up and get in place. Okay, the next thing that I want to talk to you about is our another way that I can meet needs for you and be a resource, and that is a program that we call our Student Chapel. So this is the email address that you see on the screen, and 3 times a semester you're going to get an email from this email address inviting you to come to Student Chapel. We meet again across the hall in the chapel. We'll do that in the month of January. Usually in the spring we do it in January, March, and April. Usually the latter part of January. So in about 2, maybe 3 weeks, you'll be getting an email from this address inviting you to come to Student Chapel. It is a 15-minute service of worship. It is intended to be led by students for students. Anyone on campus, faculty, staff, and students, they're all invited to come and participate. But it's intended primarily to be for students. If you are interested in being a part of that leadership, if you play an instrument, if you sing, if you don't mind praying out loud or reading scripture out loud in front of a group, I would love to visit with you and get you included in our leadership team so that you can be a part of planning and hosting our student chapel when we do it each semester. So we do that every semester, and I try to schedule those so that it meets the needs of the most students on campus at the time. So like we've got sophomore, we'll have freshmen RN, sophomore 1 and 2, we've got RNAs, we've got 2 semesters of PN students, and we've got 7 different allied health groups. I look at everybody's schedule and I try to figure out when is the best time for most of those students to attend. And I pick the day, and the time is always 9:45 to 10 on whatever day we pick, because that really does seem to be a good time. As you can see, my time is up. That's what the little screen is telling me. So I'm trying to wrap up here. But Student Chapel is something to assist you, to help you with your spiritual needs. Like I was saying, you are a whole person, and you need to have your spirit nurtured and encouraged, and hearing from each other can help accomplish that. Hearing from faculty who have walked the journey that you have, or not older, but students who are a little further down the road than you are, hearing from them encourages you, and encourages us to stay the course, to be persistent, and to just continue working hard whenever things get hard. So that is one of the things that I offer as a resource and something to assist you in your time here with us. So when you're on campus and you're available and you know that Student Chapel is being held, I invite you to come and be a part of it. And I would certainly love for you to take some leadership with it. All right, so let me recap. I think I still got a couple of extra minutes. Hey, Miss Manning, would you make sure that Jamie Clark or Larry Clark are getting close, around, ready to go? Because they're after me.
Okay.
And I think we're about 5 minutes ahead here.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so let me recap. My role here, my title is Academic and Spiritual Counselor. I'm the chaplain for the campus. I'm also the school's counselor. I also handle disability services, and I'm one of the teaching faculty for spiritual perspectives in healthcare. Those are the 4 primary things that I do. I can assist you with academic counseling. You got some issues, you got some concerns with your grade, I can help you with some strategies there. If you have a crisis in your life, I can help you with some personal counseling, typically using talk therapy. We have in my role as chaplain, I've got 2 projects going. One is our Project Scrubs from 9:30 to 12 today. And then what I didn't say is, whatever scrubs I have left over, they're available at any point in the semester if anybody needs some. So if you need them, come on over this morning and get an extra set. And then we have a food pantry, Food for Thought. You do not have to show any need to receive a food sack, and you can come every week or as often as you need to. The disability services I talked to you about, mentioned the health insurance, the Affordable Care Act insurance that's available to you as a student, and finally our Student Chapel service. So those are some ways that I can advocate for you and some resources that are available to you. Like Dr. Powell said, making yourself, availing yourself to these resources early on is in your best interest. It's in your best interest to position yourself to be successful, to get started and get a jump on things very quickly as you start your programs of study. Get on top of it and work hard to stay on top of it. It's a lot easier to manage all of the things that will be going on in your life if you take that approach than if you just kind of roll along and, oh, I got a test coming up tomorrow, I guess I better study. That doesn't seem to work as well. So please know I'm here. I want to assist you and be available to you. I look forward to meeting all of you. I look forward to having all of you in class. So come by and see me in my office. It's 1702, right next to the chapel. When my door's open, that means come on in. If the door's shut, usually I've got somebody in there or I'm roaming around on campus somewhere. But if the door's open, just come on in and I'm happy to visit with you. All right. May have a little pause here while we wait for the next group to show up, so just hang tight for just a few minutes. And I'm going to get this set up for the next person to come in. we're waiting, Dr. Jamie Clark is on her way. Just got that word. While we're waiting, I want to make one announcement. I think that you received in your welcome, when you came for Welcome Day, the packets that you received, there was a flyer that invited you to family night. Do y'all remember seeing that? Raise your hand. Anybody remember? A few people? Well, I'm pretty sure I've seen those around campus. So if you see a flyer, come on up, Dr. Clark, that says family night on it, and if you see a stack, I think there's some in the business office, grab one of those. It is this Thursday night. Registration begins at 5:30. The program is from 6 until 7. We will have some light refreshments available, and we invite you and your family and significant others. So your inner circle of support, y'all are invited to come so that we can share with you and your families what it's like to be a student here at Baptist Health College Little Rock. So that is another resource, another event. It's sponsored by the Student Development Committee. And we do that at the beginning of each semester. So it's this Thursday, that is January the 9th, from 5:30 to 7. 5:30 is when we start registration. The program starts at 6. So mark that on your calendars if you don't already have that. If you see one of those flyers, pick one up and take a look at it. It has a little more information on it. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Jamie Clark.
Good morning. How are y'all way down there? We are so excited to see y'all. Does everybody have a seat this morning? Everybody's sitting, that's good, good. I counted correctly. All right. Hold on just a second. Let me get my stuff going. Y'all excited to be here? Can you believe it's only 2020? Well, and I've heard you need to write the full 2020 because people can manipulate your 20, just FYI. I had my old little Y2K 2020 in my office on Monday, or Thursday when I got back. That was, I didn't have any problems in 2000, but I did in 2020. I have a counterpart. I'm not sure if he's gonna make it, but we have a Major Larry Clark that is our. He works out here part-time. You may or may not see him much, but he is our Title IX investigator, and then he's kind of over the security piece with me here at the college. I know he's trying to make it, so he may make it or he may not, but I'm not sure. But if you see a big bald-headed guy with black on, that's him, so don't be scared. Okay, so I'm here this morning to do a little bit of talk on the campus security facilities. My hat is many, and my hats are many, let me put it that way. And security facilities are just some other ones besides the money side. So let me get started a little bit on the active shooter statistics. This morning I was just kind of looking around to see, because Major Clark normally kind of tells you about the statistics for active shooters. These are not confined to just an educational setting, but between 2000 and 2018 there were 277 active shooter incidents. With this 2017 it says having the most. And so that's just 30 incidents with people getting wounded or killed, or in 2017, excuse me, that was they had 30, that was the highest. And I'm sure many of you remember that one in Las Vegas at that music festival where 489 people were wounded. And it said all but 8 states have had at least an active shooter incident during this period. So unfortunately, we are included in one of those states that have had an active shooter. And so in response to that, colleges and universities are training on active shooter as many businesses are. I know our children that are in secondary education are training on active shooter. Ask your kids what their plans are. I've asked my kids, and they've got plans on what they did for active shooter. So we don't take that lightly. I'm going to share a video with you guys, and pardon it's dated, especially now that we're in 2020, but the facts are still relevant. So I'm going to show you that. It's about a 20-minute video, so please don't fall asleep. It is good information.
Shots fired on campus. The last thing you'd expect to hear. The odds of being involved in a situation like this are similar to your chances of being struck by lightning. It's a strange thing about lightning, though. We use it as a way to describe something that seemingly has no chance of happening. But how many of us would stand next to a metal pole during a thunderstorm? I'm Randy Spivey.
And I'm Jim Sportleger, both from the Center for Personal Protection and Safety. The possibility of being involved in an active shooter incident on campus may be remote, but the consequences can be catastrophic. That's why it makes good sense for you to spend some time thinking about what you would do if you found yourself in such a situation.
It's a sad fact that shooting incidents do happen on college campuses. Because of that, there has been a dramatic increase in preventive measures such as campus-wide violence prevention programs, efforts to identify troubled students, the development of threat management teams, and a major effort has gone into creating and upgrading notification systems and refining response strategies to get law enforcement on the scene faster.
But even the best preventive systems can never be perfect. And let's be candid, if lightning does strike, if an active shooter enters your area on campus, it will be unlike any situation you have ever experienced. And in those initial heart-stopping moments, it will only involve you, other students and faculty, and the shooter. The bottom line is you'll need to take direct responsibility for your personal safety and security. You must develop a survival mindset.
The purpose of this training is to help you do exactly that. With the proper mindset and the necessary tools, you'll be better equipped to react with purpose and maximize your chance of survival if you find yourself in a situation like this.
Survivors make a commitment. They take a personal stake in their own safety and security. They do whatever it takes, emotionally, mentally, to survive a critical incident. They ask themselves the what-if question. How would I get out? How would I survive? What would I do? Where would I go?
We know that these incidents are over in a matter of minutes. Most often, they're over before law enforcement is able to respond.
Your survival mindset is like a protective shield comprised of awareness, preparation, and rehearsal. Awareness involves taking the time necessary to gain a basic understanding of an active shooter situation. Preparation is asking yourself the what-if questions that will enable you to develop effective response strategies. The last component, rehearsal, is practicing your plan.
Shots fired. Do you know what that sounds like? Unless you see the shooter, you may not recognize the sounds for what they are. Gunshots. For most of us, our experience with gunshots is drawn from movies and television that use special sound effects. That means real gunshots can sound artificial. You could lose precious seconds as you slowly realize that these are, in fact, life-threatening sounds.
What was that?
That was a gunshot.
In a situation like this, most people, when they hear these types of sounds, having maybe never heard gunshots at all in real life, have really no idea what to expect. And it's not unusual for them to think that they're anything but gunshots.
I would treat any sound that you may perceive as a gunshot as that and act accordingly. Don't second guess it, because when you second guess it, those seconds count.
Those are gunshots.
So what should you do in those precious first seconds? You'll need to figure out what's going on and make immediate decisions. How are you going to survive the situation? Will you get out? Is there a path of escape? Will you hide out? Is there a chance to get where the shooter might not find you? Or will you find yourself in a situation where the only option is to try to take out the shooter in whatever way you can?
These are serious decisions. That's why the survival mindset is so important to develop. Research shows that there's a real difference between reactions of people who've been trained to face stressful, life-threatening situations and those who have not. The first response is the same in both groups: startling, fear. But the reactions between the two begin to differ immediately after that. People who've gone through training, people like you, feel anxious, where the untrained and unprepared begin to feel panic. Trained people begin to recall what they've learned. The untrained fall into disbelief.
Are those gunshots?
At this point, the divide between the two starts to get wider.
I can't believe this is happening.
While the untrained are lost in denial, this can't be happening to me. The trained are preparing to act just as they've rehearsed. Finally, as the untrained descend into helplessness,
We gotta get out of here.
the trained commit to action based on a survival mindset.
Those are too close.
So that mindset is preparing yourself for the eventuality that it might happen, and then if it does happen, just tell yourself, I will survive.
A survival mindset enables you to act quickly and effectively. Let's go back to the foundation, awareness. When you get on a plane and the crew asks you to know the nearest exit, they're not trying to create fear. They're certainly not trying to make you afraid to fly. They're just trying to make you aware, providing information so you can develop the survival mindset for that situation. They know that if there is an emergency, getting you in a predetermined mindset will help you take rapid, effective actions in a stressful situation. They want you to be mindful, not fearful. If you're mindful, you'll be better able to make that first critical decision. Take a tip from the airlines. Like noting the emergency exits, it may only take a minute or two to look around your environment and make some mental notes about how you'd handle an active shooter situation.
You walk into your classroom, take a look at the exits, take a look at what is available if I had to hide behind it, if I had to use it as a buffer between an assailant and myself.
Well, it's important for students as they walk around their campus to ask the what-if questions. What would they do if somebody came in with a gun and actively started shooting?
Think of all the contingencies. What are you going to do? Where are your escape routes? Where's the best access to call 911? Thinking about a situation before it actually develops is the best way to be prepared.
Looking at your environment through the lens of survival will help you to take decisive action more quickly. Of course, it's also important to be aware of the people on your campus as well. The fact is, there's no profile of an active shooter. And while we don't want you to walk around campus paranoid that everybody you meet could be a violent offender, we do want you to pay attention to the things that seem out of the ordinary. Accepting that a situation like this could happen is the first step toward decisive action.
So first, figure out the situation. What's going on? Where is it happening and who's doing it? Build your awareness using all your senses. Do it quickly and stay calm. Trust your intuition, your gut feeling. It's a built-in survival mechanism. Some people say it's knowing without knowing why, and it's an invaluable tool. For example, if you hear something that sounds like it might be a gunshot, assume that it is until you know otherwise. Once you figure out what's going on, you'll be better prepared to take action.
If you determine that you can get out to a safer area, then get out and get out fast. Don't wait for others to validate your decision and leave your belongings behind. The best way to survive an active shooter situation is not to be where he is and not to go where he can see you.
I'm on campus. I'm in Monroe Hall, and there's a guy here shooting people, and he's in a yellow hat.
When you get out, immediately call out to let authorities know what's going on. Do not assume someone else is calling.
If you have a cell phone, call 911 or use any campus emergency phone and be ready to give them useful information and be persistent, as the phone lines may be jammed with other calls. Remember, no matter how good your school's mass emergency notification system is, they can't alert others until someone provides that first critical information. Calmly and quickly tell them where you are and what's happening.
In some cases, you may not be able to get out. The shooter may be between you and the only exit, or perhaps you would have to enter the area or the hallway the shooter is using. It might be safer for you to remain in place because you're well hidden and well protected. In any case, if you can't get out, then you must find a place to hide out. Find a place that will keep you hidden from the shooter's view and will provide some measure of protection should the shooter fire in your direction. If possible, avoid places that might trap you or restrict your options of movement. Once you've found your spot to hide out, you'll want to keep out the shooter. Hiding in a room that can be locked and that has plenty of things to hide behind is best. Blockade the door with heavy furniture, even if the door can be locked. If the shooter is nearby, though, just lock the door and get totally silent. Turn off any radios or other noise-producing objects in the room that might alert the shooter to your presence. And don't forget to silence that cell phone or pager if you have one. As soon as you have an opportunity, and without attracting the shooter's attention, call out to 911.
If there are two or more of you in the same place, do not huddle together for mutual protection or moral support. Spread out.
Too close. Spread out.
It's much easier for someone to shoot a group of people who are huddled in one place than if they are scattered around the room. Even if you're in a small room, spreading out will give you options and make it harder for the shooter if he does get into your hiding place. When spreading out in a room, quietly talk about what you'll do if the shooter enters. Whichever action you're taking, whether it's get out or hide out and keep out, you should help out where you can. Help others escape as you go. Help prevent others from entering the danger area. If someone near you has a life-threatening injury, if possible, provide first aid and keep them alive. Let others around you know what's happening and try to maintain calm and help them focus on survival. Keep in mind, as events unfold, you must continue to figure out what's happening so you can adjust your actions accordingly.
What if an incident begins while you're on your way to class or walking across campus? If someone starts shooting, stay in motion and find protection. It could be a tree, it could be a wall. Anything that will give you some protection while you figure out the situation and see if you need to do more.
Classrooms and lecture halls like this are unique to college campuses, and they've also been the location of prior critical incidents. What could you do if a shooter enters a place like this? There might be some opportunities to get out, either through other doors or perhaps a window. But realistically, people in the center of the classroom may not have the opportunity to get out. In that case, your only options might be to spread out, take cover, or take out the shooter. Unfortunately, you may find yourself in the same room as the shooter, maybe even face to face. You have to assume that his intentions are lethal to you, that his presence is a very real threat to your life. If a shooter has decided to shoot everyone he comes across, he'll probably succeed unless you stop him.
If you can't hide out and you have absolutely no other option, you may have to confront your assailant.
Convince yourself that you have what it takes to survive when your life is on the line. This is a life and death decision only you can make. It's so important to understand that in this kind of situation, anything you do or anything you don't do may involve life-threatening risk. If you determine there's no other option than to take out the shooter, then you must be prepared to do whatever is necessary to neutralize the threat.
Before the police get there, it's you against that bad guy. And you need to do everything you can to try to stop him, because you can't just sit and let him harm you or take your life or take your friend's life.
To do this, you'll need to become more aggressive than you ever thought possible. This means you either disrupt his actions or incapacitate him. Throwing things, yelling, using improvised weapons can all be effective in this situation. But total commitment and absolute resolve are critical.
I'm going to throw this backpack. I'm going to throw this book at him. And then what are you going to do? Well, then we're going to gang up on him. How many are you in here? 140. How many of him? 1.
If there are 2 or more of you, spread out, make a plan, and act as a team to overcome the shooter. Once again, you and the group will have to make a total commitment to your action and do absolutely whatever it takes without hesitation. To understand this better, think of the terrorist attacks on 9/11. Up until that day, the conventional wisdom about plane hijackings was that you should be calm, non-threatening, and wait for the plane to arrive at the hijacker's destination. Obviously, that guidance didn't apply to the hijackings that day. In fact, the passengers of United Flight 93 realized this and used a process like we're describing in this program to figure out what was happening. Once they figured out that the purpose of the hijacking was to kill as many people as possible, the passengers took decisive action to neutralize the threat and prevent further loss of life.
During my law enforcement career, I had the opportunity to talk to many people who survived critical incidents. And the commonality they shared was a single-mindedness of purpose to survive. No matter if they were physically injured, they were not going to stop. They were not just going to throw their hands up and quit. They were going to see it through.
You have to tell your mind that, you know what, I will survive. I will never give up. I will live.
There's another possible resolution to an active shooter situation, and that's when law enforcement arrives and takes action to end the shooting. When officers arrive, be prepared to calmly, quickly, and accurately tell them what they need to know. Location of the shooter, number of the shooters, if there's more than one, description of the shooter, and number and kind of weapons they have.
Police, where's the shooter?
I don't know.
What's he wearing?
He's got like a black shirt and a yellow ball cap on.
Do not expect officers to assist you as you get out.
Okay, stay here.
Their first job is to stop the shooter and end the bloodshed.
Law enforcement is trained to go to the sounds of the gunshots and eliminate the threat.
If you're in a room and an emergency response team comes in, you must not present a threat to them. Do not point at them or the shooter. Do not scream or yell. Be quiet and compliant. Do exactly as they say. Remember, they have no way of knowing immediately whether you're one of the bad guys or not.
Police department, show me your hands!
The officers have been taught that hands kill, and they're trained to first look at people's hands. So raise your arms, spread your fingers, and show them your hands as you drop to the floor.
The first thing we need to do is make sure that you're not a threat yourself, so we need to see your hands.
They'll know immediately that you're not armed or aggressive. That will help them focus on anyone who is armed and prevent them from mistaking you for the bad guy in a very dangerous situation. Remember, they have to begin by assuming everyone is a threat.
Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Go!
Don't come running up to us. Don't do anything that we could perceive as threatening. Have your hands in plain view. Be as calm as possible. And then be prepared that we probably won't spend a whole lot of time talking to you because we have to go address the issue.
It's important for you to realize there are differences between an active shooter and a hostage-taking situation. The hostage taker wants to use people as leverage to achieve a goal. This is very different than an active shooter who is there to take lives. If you find yourself in a hostage situation, remain calm, follow directions, and wait for the authorities to resolve the situation.
In a hostage situation, you want to exercise patience, you want to be compliant, and you want to give the authorities a chance to reach a negotiated resolution.
Historically, the vast majority of hostage situations are resolved through negotiations and end peacefully. But if the situation changes and someone is actually walking around with a gun shooting people, you're in an active shooter situation. The focus of this program has been on surviving an active shooter situation. One of the most effective ways of dealing with this difficult problem is through effective prevention programs. Interestingly, the same survival mindset we've been talking about today can sometimes prevent a situation from becoming violent in the first place. There may be warning signs or behaviors of concern that something is wrong.
We do see pre-incident indicators. We do see some behaviors that might suggest the possibility of eventual violence. And many of these offenders oftentimes exhibit angry or argumentative behavior. They often blame others for their problems. They fail to take responsibility for their own actions. They're what we would call injustice collectors. They perceive every slight as a major issue that they have to take action upon.
If you're suspicious about something or you really have an uncomfortable feeling, far better to report those types of observations and feelings than to just disregard them and hope that they're going to go away. You have many options when it comes to passing this information on to someone who can act on it. You have your campus law enforcement agencies, you have your RAs, you have your professors, you have your counseling centers. Take advantage of one of those options. If you wish to maintain your anonymity, there's ways to do that and still get the information to someone who can take some action on it and potentially prevent a tragedy.
It's okay to say something. There have been numerous shootings across the country have been prevented by students going, there's something wrong here.
We cannot do this by ourselves. This is a community, and in order to keep it safe, we need everybody's help, their eyes and their ears.
Hopefully, your college or university already has a violence prevention program in place that provides specific guidance on how to maintain a campus free from threats and violence. Remember, it's everyone's responsibility to keep the campus safe.
Shots fired on campus, a sound you hope to never hear. But if lightning does strike, you'll always have a weapon, a survival mindset. You can survive.
Okay. This is Major Larry Clark. What did I tell you he'd be? Bald and black. Oh, wow.
How are y'all? Y'all got any questions on that video so far? I'm not gonna be long. I've got some other stuff I gotta do. Look, guys, the average active shooter incident lasts 12 minutes. That's not a long time. The average police response time is 6 minutes. So do that math. The first few minutes to these incidents, your safety is gonna be up to y'all. Figure out where you're at, figure out the exits, figure out where you can hide. Have you went over barricades? Okay. Most of the classrooms here have barricades that go on. They're a little complicated, but it's better than nothing. So we teach the Run, Hide, Fight program, which is the national standard for the federal government. It's pretty self-explanatory, guys. Run. You don't have to excuse some of my language. Get the hell out. How many of y'all in here know each other personally real good? Who's going to freeze up in an incident? Everybody's calling everybody out. Here's the deal, guys. If they freeze up, tell them one time to come on in and don't waste your time. You can't help them if you're dead. You always got that one person that's going to freeze up. But again, get out. Leave your cell phones, leave your purses, whatever. If you can get out, get out. If you can't get out, hide. Find a place that you can get into. Understand with today's modern ammunition, nothing is really bulletproof anymore. Okay? So put as much crap that you can, desk, tables, computers, copiers, between you and the door, between you and the shooter. If it's somebody you don't like, push them up right next to the door. So put as much as you can between you and the shooter. Like they said on the video, do not hold together. All you're doing is giving me a bunch of fish in a barrel to shoot at if I get into that room. Spread out. How many of y'all local here, live locally? Remember the softball last year? You were there, where you looked in the bleachers? Okay, so when all that happened, everybody went one direction, right? It's what we call the herd mentality. As a trained sniper, I want that to happen every time. So y'all are gonna run in one direction, you're gonna get there, and I'm just gonna wait. Spread out, guys. It takes 1.25 seconds for the mind to see something, process what's happening, and to react to it. So if I came in this room right now, and everybody just sat where you're at, I could get quite a few of you. But if you all started running different directions, it's going to confuse my mind. Okay. So spread out in the rooms. Don't huddle together. Last resort, if I get into that room, fight. me. Make a total commitment to the fight and do whatever you can and use whatever you can to take me out. Throw stuff at his face that affects what we call the OODA loop. Everybody has a flinch reaction. You got bottles of water, coffee, books, whatever, throw it at my face. I'm gonna have to flinch. It's gonna take me off target for just a few seconds. It might buy you enough time to be able to do what you gotta do. Go for the gun. If you can get your hands on the gun, you can control it. I don't care how strong he is, how trained he is. If you hold on to that gun, he's gonna get tired. If it's a modern semi-automatic pistol and you can hold on to it, it's only gonna fire one time and it's gonna change. If it's a revolver, if you can grab that little thing and spins, it won't fire. That thing has to spin to fire. Rifles and shotguns, it's a different story. They're still gonna shoot, but you can control the direction of the barrel. Then take a pin and stab it in his freaking throat. Do whatever you can. Gouge out his eyes. Make the total commitment, guys. You can't half-ass it. If you decide to charge a shooter and stop midpoint because he turned around and looked at you with the gun, you're probably going to be a victim. It's up to you guys for those first few minutes. You need to understand when I show up, when law enforcement shows up like I said on the video, I want to see empty hands. When I say let me see your hands, I want to see this. I mean, y'all seen the new cell phone guns that are on the market? Everybody's wondering why we're shooting people with phones all the time. Because they're guns to us now. So when we say we want to see your hands, we want to see empty hands. I don't want to see the cell phone, I don't want to see keys, I don't want to see pictures of your loved ones. You guys got to understand that we are under stress too. We get tunnel vision. Your mind goes through a whole lot of stuff during combat stress. Okay? That being said, listen to what we say. The first responding officers, again, we're not here to be y'all's friends. It sounds bad. If you're bleeding out and the shooter's still in here, I'm walking over you. I'm not here to help you at that point. Okay? Our job is to mitigate the shooter. Once the shooter is mitigated, or the threat is stopped, then we'll come back and deal with y'all medical. Understand that we're not going to let medical assistance in here until it's clear. That's where y'all are lucky. All y'all are nursing students and you got a bunch of medical people around, y'all might have to patch me up. Okay? So you might have somebody close to you that might know what to do. But understand, we're not here to be your friends at that time. Don't grab me, don't try to hug me, don't scream at me, anything like that. I will curse on you if I have to. Okay? Understand, guys, it's up to y'all. How many of y'all got a concealed carry permit? All right, you won't get in trouble. How many of you keep it in your backpack? Yeah, good answer. Here's the deal, guys. I'm a gun guy. I think everybody should have one. But how many of y'all have actually had training? And I don't mean the little Arkansas State concealed carry. How many of y'all have had training on how to respond when I show up? Tell me what to do.
You're a shooter?
You're a concealed carry guy. You pulled out your gun because of a shooter. I'm a police officer and I come through this door. What are you going to do? Smart move. That's the key, guys. Most of these concealed carry people don't get any type of training. Understand, if you pull your weapon out and use it, you better know how to respond to me when I come through. I don't know who the shooter is. I have no clue who the shooter is. If you got a $10,000 gun, you better drop it on the ground. And when I say drop it, I mean drop it. Don't kneel down and try to lay that pretty gold-plated thing down on the ground. Okay, because you're taking a shooting stance to us. By policy, you guys cannot have your concealed carry permits on this campus. I don't care if you've got the enhanced license or the regular license. You can't have it. That's for my safety as a responding officer. And that's for the safety of everybody in this room. Just understand, if you're going to carry it, get some training on how to respond to us. Most people are going to take out the bad guy, which is great. As soon as I come through the door, they're still going to be scared. They're going to have their gun in their hand. They're going to try to turn towards me and try to tell me they're the good guy. Until you drop that gun one time. If you don't drop it, I'm probably going to ventilate you pretty good. Okay? So, again, guys, run, hide, fight. Simple. Run, get out. Hide. Do whatever you can. Get in a room, barricade the doors. turn off the lights, silence your cell phones. Your typical active shooter, if he struggles to get into the room, is going to move on. Their main goal is to kill as many people as possible. They typically don't have one particular target. And again, we don't have a profile on an active shooter. We've got some new statistics and some new research a couple of weeks ago that we're looking at. So we're getting closer. It's not like a serial killer or a serial rapist or anything like that, where we have certain things that we can pin them down with. Okay? Understand that gunshots do not sound like they sound on TV. There could possibly be somebody shooting down the hall right now. We might not even hear it. Y'all remember the Florida shooting, the school shooting, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas? The shooter was on the second floor, shooting like crazy, set off the smoke from the weapon, set off the fire. Nobody on the third floor heard any of the shots. So guess where he was when they came out? He was on the third floor. They never heard the gunshots, even right along. So understand that you might not hear it, but if you think you hear it, you might want to do something. We'd much rather you guys call us and it not be anything than you just, oh, that was nothing, and then we show up and you're laid out on the floor. Okay? So run, hide, fight, guys. Get out, hide, and then fight. Make a total commitment to the fight. Do what you can to take out that shooter. Go for the gun. I'm done. I'm tired of talking. Anybody got any questions? Yes?
What's the role here on alarms? In a lot of schools you hear if there's a fire alarm, you get sick.
I don't know if you guys changed that, right? No? You guys evacuate like you should. Look, it's we can what if it all day long. Life safety code, typically what we're supposed to do because of fire alarms and things like that, trumps what we in law enforcement and security want to do. We would love to be able to let y'all sit and us come in and check it first, but the codes for the state and the codes nationally will not let us legally do that. Okay? So you guys just follow whatever policy they have here, which is, I think, get out and go into a typical location out in the parking lot, security and maintenance, clear the building and let y'all do. But yes, because several of the shooters have pulled the fire alarm and that has happened. But we can't rely on that either. For you out. I don't want you to burn up and not be done. I don't want you to be shot either. Don't take that long. That's the policy. Any other questions? I'm done.
We have with us back here, do you want to say anything?
I think he covered it all.
This is Officer Scott Holt, and he's our morning through 2:30 officer, so if you have any questions or concerns, you can find him. You can also, I'll go through this phone number where he's located at the end, but if you just want to wave so everybody can see you, Officer Holton, he can assist you if needed. All right. Moving on, so we talked about run, hide, fight. I just want to reiterate, even if you have a concealed carry, you cannot have your weapon on campus, okay? So make sure you are under that understanding. Some safety tips that we share, lock your doors, keep your windows up, valuables are out of sight. We have a lot of, with all of our dealerships and everything we have now around here, we've got a lot of traffic around. And we do have people that like to look around and sometimes break into the vehicles. So I do encourage you to try to keep all of your valuables out of sight. If you're leaving at night, be cautious and aware of your surroundings, especially right now when we get out of class. You know, it's usually 4:30. It's already getting dark. If you're staying there to study, obviously it'll be dark. We do have better lights now on campus, but just please either move your vehicle closer if you know you're going to be here late, or make sure you are aware of your surroundings, or go with friends, or even contact security if you're concerned. Make sure you look in your vehicle as well as the surroundings before you get in it. Park in the well-lit area and never dark or secluded. Walk to and from your vehicle with people. Avoid parking next to large trucks or vans with sliding doors. Lock your doors immediately once you get in, and again, ask security or staff to escort you. And there is his cell phone number. So I encourage you to write that down. That way you have it if you need it. It will be on here again, so I'll put it on real quick. Part of the information that I have to share with you is related to the Clery Act, and that is campus safety and crime prevention for higher education institutions. And because we receive federal funds, we are required to provide you crime statistics and information, policies, procedures, and all of that information regarding crime. In 1986, Jean Cleary was raped and murdered in her dorm room because somebody propped open a door to her dorm, and they were able to, the perpetrator was able to get in and raped and murdered Jean Cleary. And so because of that, her parents ended up establishing what's called the Clery Act. And that's where, had they known that there was crime on campus, that they would have been better able to, I guess, guide and direct their daughter as to what institution she attended, and even some crime prevention help, I guess. So because, again, we received that federal aid, we have to publish our annual security report that contains all of our statistics and policies on crime prevention. This also has to go to the Department of Education, which also states that we have to issue any kind of timely warning and emergency notifications should something happen. You will be receiving an email probably within the next week or two regarding our emergency text system. I do encourage you to please sign up for that. That lets you know anytime we have weather issues this January. Sometimes it snows, but we are in Arkansas, so we're going to be 70 this week. But sometimes it snows and we have issues with weather. Sometimes if there's something that the water goes out or something like that, we send a text to everybody. So make sure you get signed up on that, the texting system, and you'll see that email in a couple of weeks. Part of Clery is now the Violence Against Women's Act, and that was added to Clery recently, which includes domestic violence, dating violence, and stalking. So if you feel, or if you have any issues with domestic violence, dating violence, or stalking, I encourage you to come see me. We do have some resources that we can share with you. We have a counseling person that can help that. We have our law enforcement that can help get what we need. And so I ask that you, if you have an order of protection or anything, paperwork that has somebody restricted from campus, restraining order, if you'll share that with us, that way we make sure that we protect you and your classmates as well as we can. Title IX is another policy that we have to share with you guys, and that is basically discrimination for gender preferences. So if you feel at any time that you've been discriminated against, I ask that you contact myself, and then we will look into that and let you know anything. We'll have any questions and follow up as we see fit. So if you have any questions regarding Title IX, I will also be your contact for that. Some other policies I want to share. We are drug and alcohol free. I know you got that when you went through Welcome Day, but again, no drugs or alcohol on this campus, or do not be under the influence of either of these at lunch or any time that you're in your badge. Scrubs is pushing it too, so I would not, wouldn't go out and drink in your scrubs either. No weapons on campus, no smoking on campus. I know that as of right now, we do not test for nicotine, but the hospital does for employment, so make sure you understand that rule if you are a smoker. Parking areas and speeding. So we encourage you guys to park. Okay, let me get my bearings. So right here behind me is the north parking lot. This is the hill that goes up to the upper parking lot. We try to keep that open, and then we'll close it as soon as everybody's off the lot at night, just so we don't have anybody up there that doesn't need to be up there. the west parking lot out this way. The southern end of the building is for home health and information technology employees. So if you can just try to park in the west or the north lots, then we would appreciate that. Handicap parking, if you need handicap parking, if you just let the business office know, we handle all the parking. We'll make sure that everything is on the up and up with that and take care of that. Badge access. So you have a badge, we expect you to wear it. It gets you access in and out of the doors. So I do ask that you please do not piggyback in and let other people in. I understand coming in as your group from lunch or whatever is understandable, but if you do not know somebody, do not let them in behind you. Okay, this is important, and we've had people walk in, we have people that try to avoid the camera, and that's when we do contact security. So I ask that you, if you do not know somebody, you do not let them in the building, okay? I know that may be awkward, but it's for everybody's safety. So make sure you have are coming with the people that you're with. Do not leave your items such as backpacks unattended. These are considered a bomb threat. If we see unattended items, we are supposed to consider it a bomb threat and call the bomb squad. Just please don't. The chapel is not a parking lot for your backpack during tests. I do encourage you to get a locker if you need one. We do have lockers. You get those in the business office because I don't think you can take anything in when you have a test. So just make sure you know, leaving them in the chapel or somewhere hiding them, they're going to end up in the security office and you're going to have to go get them. So do not leave anything unattended. When you're at clinical, especially at Little Rock, are there any new parking rules at Little Rock? Okay. We've always been told if you're going to park in the parking deck, park where you see light. What does that mean? The top. So you are not a visitor or a guest. You are a student in this capacity. So you have to park where, is it employee parking, I guess? Employee parking, and then the employee parking on the deck, which is the highest parking. So make sure that you do adhere to that. They do give parking tickets to our students, and that gets back over here for us to add to your account. So I just ask that you please remember that. Campus hours, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So you are able to stay after school. If you need to study, you can stay. Anytime you need to study, you reserve a room, and you do that in the business office. And we can give you a room to study in either by yourself or in groups. That's not a problem. Just check with us and we'll get you a room. We do go through and make sure everybody's off campus though by 10 p.m. I would advise you not to arrive prior to 6 a.m. because security is not here. And you will not be able to get in the building. Again, orders of protection or restraining orders, if you have one of those, if you'll just come see me, and I need to get a copy of that again so we can make sure that you're safe as well as your classmates stay safe. Anything to add to that? Emergency preparedness. As Major Clark said, we do perform a fire drill once a semester. That is required by the Department of Education. That was a very good question that you asked. So we do, if you hear a fire drill, you are expected to evacuate. So other than the practical nursing students, all of the freshman students and scrub tech, you're going to be on this side of the building. So you will always evacuate to the north, and you will go as far on the north parking lot as you can get, is how you evacuate. Your faculty should instruct you that way. The practical nursing students, you're going to be on the inner side of the building, so you're going to go to the west parking lot with your faculty. But just know that that was a very good question. You do have to evacuate in the instance of a fire drill. Flip charts are located around the classroom. That's what these are. And they go through all kinds of different emergency preparedness tornadoes. We've had a tornado come close during a family night before. So obviously emergencies do happen, and this will give you information on each kind of emergency and what you are to do. Severe weather refuge. signs. Those are the green and white signs located outside of our severe weather refuge classrooms. So once you get to where you're going to be going and you're going to stay, the freshmen, you'll be on the room behind us. The scrub techs will be over in these corner areas, and the practical nursing again will be over here. So once you get settled into school, make sure you familiarize yourself with the classrooms that are severe weather refuge areas to know if we do have severe weather, which we are in Arkansas, that you know where to go and what to do. Okay, this is the annual security report that I was talking about. It is on our website under Current Students Campus Security, and it contains all of those policies that I was describing, the Clery reporting, violence against women, and Title IX policies and procedures, and it has our crime statistics for the last 3 years. So if you're interested in that, I encourage you to look at that. Contact information, again, that's Major Larry Clark, and he is with Baptist Health Security and our Title IX investigator. Max Savoy is the Director of Security. Scott Holt is the one you met here, and he's our morning till 2:30, and then James Jester comes at 2:30 and stays until 10. And then I'm Jamie, and here again is the information if you didn't get it. There's their cell phone number, the hallway that they're located, and I believe he's here. Are they here 10 or 11? To 11. So, any questions? I know that's a whole lot to tell all y'all. Yes, ma'am. Pepper spray. No policy in there.
Just don't hit me with it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, pocket knife is considered a weapon.
It's a little pen knife, each one is fine. It's a 3-inch blade or bigger.
If it's pocket knife was the question, and if it's on a little keychain, then it's okay, but if it's a 3-inch blade,
3-inch blade or bigger, I'm gonna consider it a threat, so, a little bit easy, keychain pocket knife like that, okay.
good questions. Can y'all hear those questions? Pocket knife question. So again, if something happens, silence your flip phone, make sure your flip phone's down and turn off. And then if you notice the one you flip out, I thought you was a little dated, but still good information. All right, barricades, do you want to hold up that barricade real quick? These are the barricades he's talking about. They slide underneath the door, and the pin goes in the floor. So that is how the door locks, because these doors, as you can see, do not have a handle. They're push bars. So that will be how you lock a door should you hear gunshots on campus. So, any questions about that?
Okay, are y'all married?
No.
Hell
My husband would probably say the same thing. Okay. Anyway. Am I blushing? Oh, he's got a point. Well, on that note, I think I'm done, and I'm the only thing that stands between you and break. So, what time's your thing say to be back? By 10. So you've got about 28 minutes to enjoy break. Do you know where the bathrooms and everything are? Bathrooms are over here, and the canteen. You get snacks and drinks. If you go right out here to the hallway, take the first left, and it's the brown doors. Okay, Booty Bride.
I'm not doing Fridays and Saturdays now. They got some other things. We can do it. Are you working for it?
Not like last time I was working.
Can you take it down? Yeah, I think you're kind of well. So, yeah, it's all right. Okay, sure. I think you have to do like. Oh, definitely.
Well, not on our.
That's only 4 hours. That's only 4 hours. Do it on one, yeah. Start with one. This is the other side. And that's it. Okay, that's one. Because it's the other thing. Oh, that's been encouraging. They were doing it well. I like that. I was like, oh, good. I mean, Philippines also. Agreed. What do you have for explanation? You know,
I've tried RN. We had class, so we had class every Thursday, and then they ended up doing one day, like 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
You would definitely mark it.
It's hard because they didn't finish a lot of the lectures, so I had to.
So it's up to you to finish.
Yeah. And I had more time to study, but then it's like. It's really good. Every day. Sounds like it's too.
Also, my friends will pretty good at that. And they'll tell you like, this is on the test, what it is. They'll be on the test. Yeah, that's what else. I think it's like finding so I didn't, I'm doing really good. I just limit myself to like, I guess that is because that's much about something, yeah. I don't wanna- Yeah. Yeah, so I'll be working Friday and Saturday, that's my schedule. I was kind of trying to, that's on the car, you know, oh, now you work, well, I'm working, right here. I'm already on. Only thing is, I'm holding, hold or stay. You're all right. No? Okay.
Is there a Teresa King here, please? She may have stepped out. If you are, if you could please come up here, Teresa King.
Nice. Also, I need to make track. Seven bottles, or, yeah, seven, and then 11. We have not done 12, so. See, that's what I'm talking about. Thing is, like, we have to just go see it. I think it's like 3 times. Do we call it? I'll definitely use it to my band. That's why I was like, but, yeah, hold on. How many years? 36 days? Okay, are you? See you around.
Is Tiara Armstrong in here? Tiara? Is Angelica Davy in here? Angelica Davy? She just went to the restroom. Is there a Miss Bertrand? Bertrand? Okay. Bertrand?
Is Teresa King in here, please? Teresa King.
Is there a Megan McBain? McBain? Okay. Madeline Porter? That's all I got. And, no, just hang on to it. Just hang on to it. If you're in the RN traditional class, that single piece of paper, if you will fill that out, and then I will get those from you when we separate at 2 o'clock. So just fill that out during the day today, and I'll pick all that stuff up from you at that time. Angelica Davy, where was she sitting? You said sitting right there.
What did you
professor,
have?
and she was like,
Any of you having immunizations today, be sure and turn those in at student services. Make sure you write your ID number on the top, please. Okay.
That would be a no.
Yeah, just go by there. 6015, 202 6015. Thank you.
this speaker. You're going to lunch. You need to be back at 12 in this room. When you go to lunch, be sure you come by and pick up a bracelet. There's a box down there, and there will be a box down here. And you'll just need to pick up one as you're going to lunch. And then I need to see 6 students. Linda Soto, Mutima, and I'm probably saying it wrong, A. Harris, T. Millen, J. Plummer, and B. Jones. If y'all can meet me at the back door real quick.
Tharetha King, I probably said that wrong. Tharetha King, are you here? Ms. King. Okay, I'm looking for 2 other people. Megan McBain. Megan McBain, are you here? And Madeline Porter. Either one of you. Madeline Porter? No? Okay. Thank you.
I'm looking for somebody who can help me understand why the computer won't open these pictures. So these are just like JPEG files. So this is a whole list of pictures that you would like to show. Let's see if
Let me go get John.
Does anybody want to yell out where I should click?
Use Word.
You know I'm old.
Use Word.
This one?
Yep.
Let's try again. It's like Jeopardy or something. What do you think now? But I want them to I want to be able to just click through them like I do when I normally talk to folks. This one? This one? If it breaks, I'm going to say it was y'all's fault. Oh, it worked! But am I going to have to do that every time? Oh, this is going to take forever. Oh, now I think we're good. So fancy. Now, when I get to another computer, it won't work. All right, you guys still have 3 minutes. If anybody has something going on. Are y'all so excited?
It's got your name on it? Okay, so you're done.
Yes. It was, oh, but she already left. Oh, maybe go to the people at the back of the room over there.
Amanda Soto? Let me see if I can find this one last student, okay? Linda Soto?
Say again?
Linda Soto?
One minute, people.
Stuffing my face, per usual.
Are we ready? Are all your friends back? Video can see? So people over there on the very far side of the room, I won't get over there very much, so I'm sorry. there's not a clicker. I have to kind of stay close over here, so it won't be as interesting. It'll be less interesting. How about that? So, how's everybody? It's your first day of school, right? So everybody's a brand new student. Nobody's returning. Correct? You're all returning? Oh, it's a mix. So you have some new and some not new. So that means half of you heard me talk last year? Oh, well, that should let y'all out of this section. But you'd be surprised how many times people hear it and still commit privacy violations. So we'll just go with that. So my name is Dana Williams. I'm the privacy officer for our system. We're going to be together for about an hour. We're going to talk about privacy and corporate compliance issues. Do you guys have a handout for my section?
I think so.
I like you. What's your name?
LaPortia.
LaPortia says there's a handout. Does it say the 5 R's of HIPAA? Yep. So this document we're going to go over today as a student. If you ever come work at Baptist, we'll go over it again. How many of you currently work at Baptist or you hope to work at Baptist? That's a lot. Or you hope to work at Baptist while you're a student? A few more. Okay. All right, so let's knock it out. Your access to patient information is granted to you in your role as a student. You cannot access, use, or disclose patient's information outside of your role as a student. The students struggle with it because they get super excited and they're happy and they want to talk and show things and post things on social media, and I'll show you some examples of that. So please don't let that be you. If you are an employee and a student, we see this particular demographic get into trouble because you co-mingle your duties. So be thinking about, today am I in the role of a student or am I in the role of an employee? So we will see students try to impress other students and be like, oh yeah, I work here and normally I work in this unit, so let me show you what's going on down in the ER today, even though you're up on a med surg floor. That student was expelled from the program. So it can happen very easily because everyone's excited. We're learning new stuff, so don't let that be you. We also see employees using their U number. So at some point, if you don't already have one, you have a number that starts with an S, and that's how you get into the computer. Employees have a number that starts with a U. An employee will use their U number to get a jump on the next day's assignments. So there's a process where the clinical staff, your teachers, instructors, I guess that's the right word, will send you out your assignments for the next day, like be looking on this or learning about this or brushing up, or you're going to have the patient in room 312. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but the employee will be at work and they will say, okay, well, I'm already in Epic, I already have access under my U number. I'm going to go ahead and get a jump on what's going on tomorrow. So is that fair to the students who don't have a U number? It's not. So you cannot be doing those things. It's going to get detected, it's going to get turned in, and then you're going to be disciplined, and it's not going to be any good. So under your role, which is the very first R we're talking about, keep in mind, am I doing this for what I'm clocked in to do? Am I clocked in as a student on student time? Am I clocked in as an employee? Do not commingle your roles. Do not commingle your user IDs. Everybody good on that? Also, when we talk about role, this is also where we talk about your role as a patient, your role as a family member or a friend to someone. You cannot access the system for personal reasons. You can't look up your papa's medical record because he doesn't understand what the doctor said, or the lady from church, or your child. Even though you may have a legal right to that information, including your own information, you cannot use something that's been given to you in your role as a student, your role as an employee, for personal benefit. So if in your role as a patient or a parent, you need to know what's going on with your child, you do what any other parent does. You go to the medical records department, you use the MyChart portal. So when you're in your role, think about the correct steps for that role, and that's what you need to stick with. Does that make sense? Anybody have any questions on role? Next are the reasons that you would access, use, or disclose a patient's information. All of you fall into a bucket known as healthcare operations. That's your bucket. So the government understands that we have to grow new healthcare professionals, we got to train them. And so your presence is completely legitimate. The patients cannot legally send you away. Now, we may have policies where we allow patients to request that students not be present. I don't know about those things. But your presence and your knowing what's going on with the patient and getting into a patient's chart for your role as a student is completely legitimate under the regulations. Because sometimes, patients will say, what if I don't want a student, is it okay, are you going to tell my stuff? And you can let them know that your presence is covered under HIPAA, so you're good there. What's the next R, Ms. LaPortia?
Reasonable precautions.
Reasonable precautions for students. You guys are busy and stressed, and I don't know, some of you are trying to work, but what happens to students is you lose your binders. You put them on the top of your car, you drive off. You have a piece of paper in your, in your scrub pocket that you're keeping up with and you're making notes on all day about your patients, and then we lose them. So it is very important that we take another reasonable precaution, which is when you write down information about a patient that you do not write down their whole name. So just write down their medical record number, maybe their initials, their room number, so that if you lose it and someone picks it up, they cannot tell who you were talking about. Do not write down Dana Williams, 44-year-old female, those kinds of things. Because then if you lose that binder, we're going to be in a situation we have to send a letter to Dana Williams that says, this student, whose presence is completely legitimate, has lost a piece of paper that has all of your diagnoses and your diet and your vital sign schedule and your upcoming procedures, and we don't want to have to send those kinds of letters. Make sense? So that's some examples of reasonable precautions. So far we've talked about your role. We've talked about reasons that you would access and what makes you legitimate to be on the care team. And then we've talked about reasonable precautions. Does anybody have any questions before I keep going? I love questions. I could get you some bonus points on your first exam or something like that. I probably can't, but I said that. Okay, our next R, LaPortia, is? So this is the bad R. This is where we talk about people getting in trouble. And it happens. So I'm going to show you even some pictures of violations that students have committed. But the student who was working on MedSurg that day is a student, and then who dialed down to the ER and was showing her fellow students about the patients in the ER, she was turned from the program. Students who commingled their IDs have been kind of given the equivalent of what we would call on the hospital side a written warning. You may call it some sort of written counseling or something like that. We have seen students, dismissed from the program. And when you're dismissed from the program, you do not get a refund. So that's important to know as well. There was a student who was kicked out of the program at Hot Springs. And she waited a year and she tried to get into our program. And we wouldn't take her. And so guess what she did? It's pretty minimal, but I defer those decisions to the instructors and the leadership of the school. When she was in school at Hot Springs, she was doing clinical at St. Vincent. And she took a picture of the whiteboard, that's posted in the hallway. Took a picture, and it showed two patients who had very similar names. They had very similar first names and very similar last names. They weren't twins or anything like that, just completely unrelated people. And she sent that to all of her classmates and said, this is what they talk about every day. You have to really double check these identifiers. These names are so close together, it would be very easy to make a medication mistake. They were only one room apart from each other on the floor. So when that was discovered that she did that at St. Vincent, it was reported back to her school, she was terminated from their program. So then she waited a period of time and tried to get into our program, and they wouldn't take her. So these types of infractions, because I know you're like, I can't believe we have to listen to this lady, and some of you have to listen to me again, that these types of infractions can have a lasting impact on your career. So please don't let it be you, okay? So we work very closely with the school, and we kind of come up with a plan, and I make recommendations, but the school is kind of its own entity, so it's their decision. So something could happen where I would say we probably wouldn't terminate an employee for that, but the school could say we're absolutely willing to terminate a student. If you're going to do that at this point, after you've had training, just 3 weeks ago you had some training, you're already messing up, they may decide that this is just not the right place for you. Our next R is probably reasons.
No, it's rights for patients.
Rights for patients. So the most important right for a patient is to access their own information. And remember when we were talking about role and you want to look up something for your papa or your neighbor, the lady from church? The most important thing you can do for those people is to teach them how to access their own information. You know, that whole teach a man to fish thing that your parents probably used to talk about. We have the MyChart portal, and some people are like, portal, smortal, who cares, there's nothing out there. That is not the case at Baptist Health. We had to lobby hard, we had to convince the doctors, but there is a lot of information on the MyChart portal. You can get your lab and x-ray, those are pretty standard. You can get your H&P, your discharge summary, your emergency room record, your consults, your op notes, your procedure notes, and your pathology. So when someone comes to you and says, can you help me? Can you look this up? Do you know if my ex-husband's new wife is having a baby? You know, those kinds of things. You can direct them about what's appropriate, and then if it's something that they have a legitimate access to, you can teach them how to do that. You can always be old school, go to the medical records department, just be sure and bring your driver's license if you have one. They'll always ask you for your driver's license. And then we also have a new process where we will email patients their medical record unencrypted. So the government said, you know, stop making it hard for patients to get their medical record, to which we said, you're the people that made it hard. We were just doing what you told us to do. So if the portals are not for everyone, some people just physically can't get into a hospital, transportation issues, health issues. So the government said, if the patient will agree to receive the information unencrypted, then you can send it through an unencrypted email. So the medical records department has a process where they'll verify your identity, ask you some questions, and then you have to agree that, you know, you're all right with it coming across unencrypted. But we are doing what we can to make it easier for patients to get their records, which is another reason we are so strict that you cannot misuse your access to get to something. And particularly the violations we see on the employee side relate to spouses. So just recently, a male employee, his wife needs a colonoscopy. She's told him she needs this colonoscopy. He can't remember the day, but he knows it's coming up, and he knows he needs to request PTO. So what does he do? He looks her record up in Epic. He only looks at the main screen, which lists out the visits, not a whole bunch of clinical information, but it'll have the date, the department, and then probably a 1 or 2 word description of the diagnosis or the visit. So he does in fact see that she's scheduled for an upcoming colonoscopy. And guess what he also sees? That prior to them dating and being married, that she had an L&D visit. And so he was not aware of that. So what's he do? And then he calls his wife, and then she calls me, and then things go south from there. So there are very legitimate reasons that you can't say, I was just looking for the appointment date. Because Epic is a very robust system, and you are never going to just see one tiny piece of information. So you cannot access the system outside of your duties as a student. Everybody good on that? Some other information everyone needs to say, never.
Never.
That was so bad. Thank you, guys. Okay, we need to do it again. Do I have to count it down or something? That makes me feel like kindergarten, so we're going to skip that. Let me tell you what you are never going to do. You are never going to capture, store, or transmit patient information with your personal electronic device. Also, let me include sensitive business information. Who knows the definition of sensitive business information? Ms. LaPortia. Spout off something. What do you think is sensitive business information?
Like somebody's social security number?
That would be patient information, but I'm kind of tricking you here. Because the point is, sensitive business information is just about anything we dang well want it to be. So an employee takes a selfie of themselves in a dirty linen room with lots of bloody, poopy linens. We consider that to be sensitive business information. Do we want the public seeing that kind of stuff? No. It gives a negative connotation. So you kind of have to ask yourself, is this something that we put on the BaptistHealth.com website? And if it's not, it's probably sensitive business information. So my worry is patient information, but sensitive business posts will also come to me, and I send those on to the supervisors for review. Students, again, when they're excited, everyone loves to take those pictures of themselves in your student get up, getting ready for the day. Take those pictures in the parking lot, in your car. Do not take them in clinical areas. Maybe you can take selfie in the cafeteria if you want to, but be very careful with that. If you if you transmit, store, capture patient information, you will be in trouble. Even if it's just a patient name, and I'll show you an example of where a student did that recently. I also need you to know that we have an auditing system called Fair Warning, and it knows things about you. We get a feed from the school, so it knows what kind of student you are and where you work and who your fellow students are, and it will look for violations. So it will say, LaPortia and Dana are coworkers or co-students. What is Dana doing in her record? And that'll kick out to the supervisor to be reviewed. And unfortunately, we continue to see these types of violations. So we had a student access another student's record because they're friends, and student 1 sent a text to student 2 saying, I was sick in the emergency room, I'm not coming to school today. So what does student 2 do? She's nosy. She wants to know how sick her friend is. Her friend is not replying to the text messages. So she just looks it up. Is that okay? Not okay. Disciplinary action for that student as well. Does anyone have any questions? No? Okay. I'm going to show y'all some pictures, and we're going to talk about some compliance stuff. So who do you not want to be in this post? You don't want to be their brother. Because if we figure out who you are, you're going to be in trouble for sharing information. Your involvement in a patient's care is confidential. You cannot tell people, I took care of David Basil. I took care of Cardi B. You think it's going to keep doing that every time?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have to go fast, which is good because it's hot up here. Are you hot? I think I'm getting the flu. Why now it's not working? Who was that person that helped me? Oh, maybe this is it. What's wrong with this picture? Yeah, so the regulations say you can share information with people who need to know. And if you work on the unit, do you need to know where your patients are? If you're cleaning the rooms, do you need to know where your patients are? You do. But does the whole internet need to know? They do not. Oh.
Can you push pause?
Where's the pause button? Didn't I tell you I'm about to be 45? Where's the pause button?
Click start, you got double click, pause, bottom left hand corner, back.
I can do space bar. So could we just crop this above her head? Would it have been just as meaningful?
No, because it still sensitive business information.
Well, this was published by the foundation, so we probably would have let it go. Because they're trying to say that we love our nurses and you should come be a nurse here because we love you. So we probably would have let that go. What about this one? This is an employee who got tagged for being in her coworker's medical record. And when we asked her about it, she was like, I didn't do it, I swear I didn't do it. She cried and cried, and I felt terrible for her. And of course, it was a Friday afternoon. So I said, well, we'll have to pull the security footage. So we pull the footage. This is her clearly getting into her coworker's medical record. But look what's in front of her. There's a man with flowers, right? This is a delivery man delivering flowers. So he rolls up and says, I'm looking for Dana Williams. And she didn't recognize that name, so she immediately put it into the computer thinking it was a patient. Well, it's a coworker of hers that goes by a nickname. So, and she got flagged just for even trying to find her coworker in the system. Didn't even pull up the record. So be really careful when someone's approaching you, even in your role as a student, because people don't know. You're here, they think you know everything. Is this person an employee or is this person a patient? So you can get the person to the right place. Look at me, I'm fast on the space bar. I'm a little slow on that tape, but then I'll get it. So this is a picture that, and I use this in my examples. Oh no. Because look who posted this. The hospital, not the employee. So we are not trying to curtail all the wonderful things that are going on in units. If people are getting baptized, you guys are having a huge celebration, something, there's a marriage in your unit. But we want to do that the right way. We want to make sure we have permission from the patients. If they're not able to give permission, we get that from their families. So please don't ever think that we can't do anything. We can do stuff. We just need to do it the right way. So contact me, contact the marketing department. Those kinds of things can be accommodated. What about this employee? Do I have to push this? Which one? That? Tell me when to click.
As soon as you start it, press the space button.
As soon as it starts, press the space button. Do y'all think I'm an idiot? My kids think I'm an idiot. So what's wrong with this post? Hey, I pressed the space button. What was wrong with that post? Alright, I did it. See how long it stays. What's wrong with this post? Yeah, so that's an employee posting that. And she was at work, she was on the clock, she was disciplined. Don't let this be you. People get caught up in this. What's wrong with this post? Sensitive business information, LaPortia for 400. So, yeah, so now people know, they know where you work or where you're doing your rotation at. They know you have drugs. These look like those expensive inhalers. You know, I'm going to need to go up there and get one of those. What about this picture? So this is the screen. Can you read that? No, and nobody can read that. I even asked the IT department. But does this give our patients any confidence? Does it look like we're the steward of their protected health information? Or does it look like we're just willy-nilly? Yeah, we're not willy-nilly. That does not inspire trust, and we need the public to trust us because we want to take good care of them. Here's also some test results over here, somebody's immunization record. So the employee who took this photo was disciplined, not the employee that was in the photo. What about this one? It's kind of long, but it's one of my favorites. So I'm going to let y'all read that. Oh gosh, I hit spacebar. I need y'all to make up your mind. And let me know when you're ready. So, orange is the patient's girlfriend. She is not an employee. She's just his girlfriend. And she gives this whole bedside report about what's going on with him. Then, is everybody ready? Blue is a student. Look what she says. I know. So this is kind of funny, and it's kind of silly. So the girlfriend gives this whole bedside report, but she doesn't want anyone to know he had his blood drawn. I mean, it's kind of scandalous. He has blood drawn. But is the girlfriend correct? Yes, the student should not have disclosed her involvement in the patient's care. But she is still praying. And she prayed so hard because she thought, she's not a student in our school, she's a student in a different school, but she cried so hard I thought she was going to pass out. And I just had to stand there and wait for the teleconference for the school to decide what to do with her. How about this picture? What does that even mean? Third outfit. What do y'all think that means? So does that mean it's like a particularly bloody, gory day in the OR? Is that something we want the public to know? Do they understand that some blood is okay and changing clothes is an infection prevention strategy? Do they know those things? Nope, they don't. So, and then what if this guy's foot turns green and falls off? And this picture's floating around, what's the attorney going to say? Yeah, really nasty, dirty phone, absolutely. Then, here's the accompanying post. I didn't block out these people's names because they don't work here. So somebody says, I hate feet. She says, me too, but that's my new job. I love working with Dr. Lawson. She says they are shaving off a bunion. And then it's too cute, TWO. Too cute. So had this been you, maybe it is two bunions. If this had been you, you would lose your job or your role as a student. This would not be acceptable at all. How about this picture? So this is a very famous picture taken at the New York Med Center, where a patient is hit by a train. Is everybody familiar with this story? Yeah, so the nurse posts this picture talking about the challenges of being a nurse and what it's a rewarding career, but a very challenging career. And then she was terminated from the medical center for this picture. So there's no patient information, but what, Miss LaPortia?
Sensitive business information.
Sensitive business information, for sure. And could that be used in a lawsuit?
Yeah.
Could they be like, why is this, instrument out, but you don't have this other instrument out? And, it could be bad. Because we document in the medical record. How about these? How about these folks? Go ahead and read that one. Through and through. Oh no. We don't think about that one. Well, I just noticed that I forgot to black out one of their names again. It was listed more than one time. So those were a couple of students who were finishing their rotation on labor and delivery, talking about what a meaningful experience it was to them. But in addition to talking about that meaningful experience, they tagged a friend of theirs who happened to have been on the unit having a baby when they were students, finishing up their rotation. So the fact that they tagged the patient made the post a violation, right? So you don't want that to be at all. What about this one? Is that okay? No, not okay. What about this one? The PICU floor is the psychiatric intensive care unit. So there's a name in the background. And then is that a particularly fragile group of patients? Yeah. So I sure hope that at 542, somebody's not hurting themselves, hurting someone else. Because what do we have evidence of? Right, we're hanging out. So you have to not think about your story or any of that other stuff that is cool. You really have to think about these pictures as evidence of what you're doing. Because someone's going to see them, they're going to turn them in. You want to be above reproach. You do not want anyone questioning what you're doing. Because after I show these pictures, people will usually say, well, what if I'm on my break? Well, you're at the nurse's station. How do we know that you're on your break? And is it even worth it having to talk about those things? It is not worth it. You do not want this to be you. How about this picture? This came out recently. Oh, spacebar. 3 charged after filming Snapchat video in room with dying patient. This is over in Memphis, just right next door. So I read this, and I'm thinking, these people have got to be the devil. Like, I'm about to click on this, and I'll see somebody with horns coming out of their head. Because it says they were using profanities, making obscene hand gestures at the camera. So then I click, and here they are. They're not the devil. They look just like us. But, I'm standing up here today talking to you about your status as a student, your status, as a future employee. But some of these violations can actually get you in criminal trouble. So you're really talking about your liberty, your criminal record. So it's never funny. It is never funny. We actually received a video of one of our employees teasing a demented patient. So the patient was elderly, had dementia. He was trying to open a double door that opens like this, but she was leading him to believe that it was a window. So he was trying to open it like this. Does that make sense? So he could not get in through the door. So it was turned into us by just someone, people just turn in stuff all the time. Just John Q. Public said, I think this is at one of your hospitals. So the person did work for us, but she also had another job. And that video was taken at her other job. So we turned that video over to the nursing home where she also worked part-time, and then they gave it to the prosecuting attorney, and she was charged with, not torturing, but a word that implies that you are exploiting an elderly person. Yeah. So it can get real. What about this picture? That's not us, or I would have blacked out their faces. What about this one? Yeah. You're gonna be in a lot of trouble. What about this picture? Let me go ahead and hit the space bar so y'all can look at that one. So this was posted by an employee, and it was up for just a second before someone took a screenshot and sent it into compliance. And I called the employee's supervisor to report this and say, hey, we got a problem. And the supervisor said, the employee's out on medical leave, but we can get in touch with her if we need to. And I said, are you sure she's on medical leave? Has she come back? Is she working in another area? And the supervisor said, nope, she's out on leave, but she's not sick, so it's no problem, we can call her. And I said, well, then why is she on medical leave? He said, she's taking care of her husband, he's sick. And I said, is he a big guy with white hair? And the supervisor said, yes. So knowing what we know about role, and knowing what we know about this situation, is this a privacy violation?
No.
It is not. She's in the role of a wife. The patient appears to be participating. He's not being exploited or anything. So she's not on the clock. So what she does, what she and her husband do, is their business. So I never talked with her, but I use her husband's behind in all my presentations. You can't tell who he is. So anyway, what kind of questions do you guys have? We're gonna need a couple of questions before we talk. Compliance is boring. Yes, ma'am.
In that instance where maybe someone witnessed, someone like with the door witnessed them doing that, is that in compliance if an employee or something records that to provide to the compliance department that, hey, I've seen this, because other than that, all the employee has is, I saw this happen.
So her question is, if you see something bad happening, should you take photos or video to prove it? I would say, well, I truly appreciate your intentions, you should come work in compliance, that probably not. Just make a good written report with as many details as you can, and then we'll pull some security footage and go from there. We pull a lot of security footage. We are watching you constantly, to be honest, but only for the best reasons, so that we take good care of people. Yes?
So say you're in the ER, like you're a nurse that's working in the ER, and you're like, get your shit together and take one big picture. But you have the monitors and screens behind you, no patients, nothing on the monitors or anything like that.
Oh, that one is a little faster, don't y'all think? Like this?
Yeah, not sort of like that, but like with a bed and a bunch of monitors, like monitors in the back and stuff.
You could do that.
Okay.
But, so this picture was turned in to me from the public. This is not at Baptist. They sent this picture to the wrong place. It's not even us. But do you know what the caption to this picture said? Who's taking care of the patients? And so while you can take group photos, they are not privacy violations. Does it give the right perception to the community? Because once you start working in healthcare, you are immediately going to start saying that we are overworked, underpaid, underappreciated. Does this look like we're overworked and underpaid? So I would be careful with those types of group photos. I would wait until the end of your shift and say, we're all glad to be headed home from a big shift, kind of thing. I wouldn't jump right into those. Yes, it's a bad idea. It's not a privacy violation, but it's a bad idea. We actually had a nurse post once, and I never got a copy of the post, where she said that they were really short-staffed in her unit, and that she was so grateful that someone from another unit had come to help her, and that even though this person was new to Baptist, that they were so willing to jump in and help on another unit. And that got around to a patient's family, and then the family called and were like, my grandma was in that infusion area that day, she had a problem, and I want to know if she had the experienced nurse or the inexperienced nurse. Because when people want to know something, they will dig, and any sort of tidbit of information, they will use that to try to determine something, right? So, Ms. LaPortia, what kind of information was that? Sensitive
business information.
Sensitive business information for final jeopardy. Yeah. So, what other kind of questions do you have? Do what? Don't post anything. Don't talk about anything, for sure. All right, I'm going to pull up something. I got to talk to you about compliance for a few minutes, and then we'll let you go. What do you think about that? This computer is laid out very different than I. Are any of the other instructors having trouble with this PC? Look, now it says not responding. Somebody say something funny or tell a joke or something.
Do you work here too?
I do. I work in the corporate compliance department. I worked at our hospital in Heber Springs for 10 years, and now I've worked in the Lower Hospital in the corporate office for 10 years. Does anybody want to grow up and work in compliance? No? Okay. I don't blame you. You do? Oh yeah. Let's hook up sometime and talk about it. We're going to need another nurse auditor in a few years. So you just never know what's going to happen. All right, so I'm required to talk to you about some compliance stuff. If it'll open. It is rare for people to get in trouble for compliance-related things, but we have to go over them anyway. I'm going to use this one instead. So, the Corporate Compliance Department is built on some guidance from the federal government, which are the 7 elements of an effective compliance program. And it says that we have to have these 7 things when they come and audit us. So the Office of the Inspector General is the government's corporate compliance program, and that's who audits our corporate compliance program. So we have to have written policies and procedures. We have to have a corporate compliance officer. His name is Bill Watley. He's an accountant and an attorney. The funnest boss ever. That's a joke, y'all. We're supposed to laugh. He's actually a really funny guy. We have education and training programs, one of the reasons I'm here today. Effective lines of communication. This is where we're going to stop for a second. So if something bad is happening, you're in the hospital, you see something, you are required to report that. You should definitely report to your clinical leader. They will report that to us. If you don't think it's being taken seriously, you can report yourself. You can call the corporate compliance department, you can come see us, you can send an email. We have just a regular compliance@baptist-health.org. But reporting is required of you. It is not optional. We have publicized disciplinary guidelines that we go over with the employees. The most recent employee that we have terminated for a corporate compliance issue is an employee who fraudulently generated some documentation. So something was missing from the chart. The employee thought that was going to cause a problem. So she backdated some documentation and signed another employee's name to it, and then took it to the medical records department to be scanned. So that was suspicious to the medical records person, and what did they do? They reported. So when you're suspicious, you have to report. So it turns out the employee in question was on PTO that day, absolutely could not have generated the documentation. So the employee who fraudulently generated it was terminated. So don't let that be you. I mean, bad things happen, maybe things are missing from chart, maybe you missed something in a clinical or your friend missed something. But do not ever offer to help someone in that way or feel obligated to help someone in that way. We do lots of audits, and then when things go bad, we follow up on those and we have corrective action plans. Let's see what else. The code of ethical conduct that you're required to follow, you have to follow the rules. So everything we're talking about here today, there's going to be like a check mark beside your name that says now you know. And so since you know, you're going to be required to be compliant. You have to report violations. We talked about that. This is that 4-step reporting process, but instead of your supervisor, yours would be your clinical instructor. And then those are the ways you get in touch with Baptist Health. And all this information is on EmployeeNet, and you'll have access to EmployeeNet. Those are some things that you must report. We handle drug diversion, on-the-job drug and alcohol abuse. Anything to do with money needs to be reported. Sometimes students are a little lower on the radar, so people may talk in front of you and say things that maybe they wouldn't in front of someone else because they think you don't understand. But if you ever get the impression that we are gathering money or doing something wrong to get more money from insurance companies or patients, that's definitely the kind of thing you want to report. Any sort of harassment or discrimination, conflicts of interest, violations of Baptist Health policy. And failing to report is, of course, a violation. You are required to respect everyone. Everyone is to be treated with compassion and personal concern. There are long-standing civil rights laws that require that, and then there's some new legislation called Section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act. So we're going to go over the 3 types of patients that apply to 1557. It applies to patients who are not in the country legally, patients who don't speak English, and patients who are transgender. So we have an iPad translation system, and as a student, you may see this being used in the facility, but it is important to us that you realize that it is required, and it's not a nicety. Providing a translation service for a patient is required under the federal regulations. We use this iPad translation system except if a patient is blind and deaf. And then we have to have a translator physically come into the building and do sign language in their hand. But other than that, we always use this translation system. If you're ever working with a patient and they want to use an app on their phone, or they want you to use an app on your phone, or the answer to that is no. And you would never use a patient's family member for translation as well, because we have found through adverse events that the patients don't tell their family everything. And so then we're relying on this incomplete information to care for the patient. So the iPad translation system is HIPAA compliant, and you can talk to that person just like you would be talking to the patient. Then somebody always wants to know, well, I'm bilingual, can I do it? The answer to that is also no, because we haven't certified that you're competent for medical translation, therefore it's not going to be okay. You should also, as a word of caution, never rely on anyone else to do your assessment. We had a physician who is bilingual who said that he cleared a patient for surgery, so the nurse took his word for it and cleared off her assessment. Should she have done that? The patient wakes up from surgery and says, I feel something in my throat. So they look, and what's in her throat? Her implantable retainer was knocked out. So they took her back to surgery and got it out. No harm to the patient whatsoever. But if the nurse had done her own assessment and asked the patients those questions, do you have any metal in your mouth? If she'd used the translation system, is it likely that we would have identified that? We would have. So it's always okay, and everybody does it until something bad happens. So do not let that be you. So we talked about patients who don't speak English. Patients who are in the country illegally is not a concern of ours. We don't ask our patients, what's your immigration status? Do you have a visa? None of that matters to us. If a patient comes to our facility with an order for inpatient or outpatient services, or they roll up to the emergency room, we take care of them. No questions asked. That's how it works. We sort out any of those other details later. So the last patient population for 1557 are patients who are transgender. We have a transgender workflow at Baptist. So as you're interacting with our patients, if you identify through an assessment that a patient is transgender, it is very important that that is marked in the system. Again, we are not asking everyone who comes to the door if you're transgender, but if a patient marks that in their portal, because they can tell us that in the MyChart portal, or they tell the admissions rep, or it's identified in a clinical assessment, it is important that it's marked in the system. It gives you some things, so you can open up a preferred name field, and everyone uses the right pronouns, the patient will feel more comfortable. But there are clinical reasons, because if you, at Baptist Health, we register patients based on the gender on their driver's license. So if your driver's license says you are female, then that's how we're putting you in the system, even if you present as male, and vice versa. But if you mark the patient as transgender, you'll get some clinical flexibility. So the patient may be registered as male, maybe they're transgender, they've gone through the whole process, gotten their driver's license updated, but the patient still has a uterus. So we might need to do a pregnancy test on that patient. So unless you mark the patient as transgender, you're not going to get that kind of clinical flexibility to order the test that you need. Does that make sense to everybody? All right. So in short, harassment and discrimination are not tolerated, not amongst yourselves, not with our patients, other employees. It does not matter if the other person looks like you, talks like you, goes to the same church as you do, leads their personal life in the way that you lead your personal life. We are all here in the spirit of caring for the people in our community, and that is of the utmost importance to us. And while we're doing that, we are required to be respectful and honor those that are around us. So I hope that that's something you'll be able to get on board with. Well, we tell our patients under the legal notices of our Baptist Health homepage that we won't discriminate against them. And I forgot to tell you that the translation service is free to the patient, absolutely free. You have to be honest, you cannot lie, cheat, or steal, falsify any kind of records. You have to protect privacy. We talked about that for a long time. Does anybody have any burning privacy questions? No? But we do have some new information in EPIC that I'm going to just start telling everybody about. So when you come to the hospital or to the clinic and they ask you for your contacts, people that we can call, I want to help you understand what that really means, because it'll affect the way you interact with patients with the family with the patients. So we always ask the patient, who is your emergency contact? And that is a person we would only reach out to in an emergency situation. We would only disclose information to that person in an emergency. Then we will ask them, who is your HIPAA contact, which is someone that we would talk to coordinate your ongoing care. Maybe you take care of an elderly neighbor and you're helping them with their medicines and their appointments. It does not have to be a family member. But a HIPAA contact is someone that we can just continue to talk with throughout your stay, throughout multiple stays, someone who's kind of your healthcare buddy. And then the last person we ask patients for is, who is your healthcare agent? And that is someone who can make decisions for you when you're not able to make them for yourself. So for some patients, it's the same person in all three buckets. But some patients, it's a very different person in each bucket. And we see that we're updating that screen in February. We see employees, and therefore one day that'll be you, they just don't really have a very clear understanding of the difference of what those labels mean. So we're going to do a better job of displaying that to the healthcare team. But I'm going to start including it in our documentation, in our trainings. How about gifts and gratuities? Can you take money or gifts from patients? No, you can't. As an employee, you can't accept anything that's not cash, as long as it's very, very tiny, you know, like donuts or a scarf that the patient needed you. It has to be a very nominal value. You should check with your instructors to see if you are allowed at all to take gifts from patients. But I can assure you that you should never take cash from a patient. That will come back to haunt you. No sorts of bribes or kickbacks as far as, this doesn't apply to you, but I'm required to go over it with you. Don't be in any sort of situation where someone is offering to give you money or services in exchange for information about our hospital, about our nursing, about our allied health program. If you are exchanging anything for money and you only know that because of your status as a student, then that is referred to as a bribe or a kickback. And you'll be not only in trouble with the program, but you could be in trouble with the government as well. And then you have to avoid conflicts of interest. Commonly, the only student conflict of interest we get is about second jobs. And you can work anywhere you want. It does not conflict with your design as a student. However, if your job is at Baptist, don't commingle. It'll be detected and you'll be in trouble. Oh, but that was a funny cartoon. What do you think about that? Don't get it? It's a cow working at a hamburger stand. Okay. You have to keep accurate and timely records. Whatever you're writing down or entering into the system, at some point in your student career, you'll be actually documenting in the system. We want that to be thorough and timely as possible. Late entries are completely acceptable. Do not be afraid to make a late entry, but you want to do that through the computer system. Don't write a late entry on a piece of paper and try to get it scanned. That's going to, send off a red flag for somebody, and then I'm going to have to take 12 hours looking into it. So if the patient has been gone for less than 48 hours, you can just go ahead and make that late entry on any computer you can find. But if the patient has been gone for more than 48 hours, you're going to have to go to a forever computer. And every unit kind of has one or knows where one is, and you can ask for those. But forever computers are a real thing. It sounds like a made-up thing, but it's real. And then you are required to protect our assets. You cannot use Baptist Health resources, like we talked about with patient information, for personal reasons. So it's not, everybody gets a free strep screen or it's free EKG night, because it's slow and no one's around and the instructor's not here and I'm going to hook up my fellow student and we're going to see what's going on. Unless your instructor has explicitly told you to do that, you should not do it. The computer system will catch you. Regardless of whether somebody decides to report you, the computers are so smart these days that it will say, I did 5 EKGs today, but I can only find 4 patients to send the charges to. So then it kicks out an error report that says we have a mismatch for this EKG. And so then when they, the supervisor's going to have to look into it and figure it out, and then there's going to be, oh, we were, misusing our assets for personal reasons. We're happy to care for anyone when you're in the role of a patient. But when you're not in the role of a patient, then you are prohibited from doing those things. Make sense? So all day, every day, everybody want to live out the code of ethical conduct? Say yes.
Yes.
How about this cartoon pen? That's the best I've got. Okay. So has this information been helpful at all? Did you feel like you knew most of it? Yeah. And you know what's so sad is people do know it and they do it anyway. Anyway, we terminated an employee last week for posting on Facebook. Did she know not to do that? She absolutely did, but she did it anyway. So what time is it? Oh, 10:50. Who's your next speaker? Or is this when you want me to go to lunch? Oh, well then go ahead and go. Bye. I think you turned it into now at the end of the day.
Something about, it's sing loud. Everybody's okay? All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Back, it's 12. Welcome. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Everybody carb loaded, ready to sleep this afternoon? I know, it's tough sometimes. Get cozy. The room's not too warm, so it may be all right. May not will you to sleep too fast. My name is Shane Jones. I'm the program director for the School of Histo Technology. You may be asking yourself, why is he here? I'm not in histo school. No, you're not. But it's okay. You're still a Baptist Health student. I am standing in for Katie Swear today. She is a much better looking person than I am. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, Katie is not here today. She's over the hospital, but she's not going to be here. So I'm going to talk to you about BEST training. Every employee and every student that comes through Baptist Health doors has to go through BEST training. It is a part of our culture. You're going to see it. You're going to hear a lot about it. You may have already got a tag. As a student, you may or may not get these. As an employee, you always get these. We have these little cards that say BEST on them. Stands for Baptist Health Engaged Service Transformation. And it's got a bunch of things in there to look at. We're going to talk about a few of them today. But you may, I can't remember students, I think students get these cards. I think they will get these to you to wear, to put on like this on your lapel. And to wear as a reminder. Our mission here at Baptist Health, and this is as a hospital, the school has a mission too as well, but is to exist to provide quality patient-centered services, promote and protect the voluntary, not-for-profit healthcare system, provide quality healthcare education, and respond to the changing health needs of the citizens of Arkansas with Christian compassion and personal concern consistent with our charitable purpose. Okay? We are Baptist Health, a not-for-profit organization. We are a Christian organization. If you haven't already kind of figured that out, you will in the coming months. Doesn't mean you have to be to work here. It just means that we are an organization that does look at that, and so you will be exposed to that at times. Not that you have to be a part of it, but you will be exposed to it because that is what we are as who we are. Our belief at Baptist Health is that we are not really just a business. It is a ministry. That's the way we look at it. It's a healing ministry. It's based on the revelation of God through creation, the Bible, and Jesus Christ. At Baptist Health, care of the whole person, body, mind, and spirit is an expression of Christian faith. We are instruments of God's restorative power and are responsible for giving compassionate care. I tell the students this a lot of times, I tell my students this, if you haven't already realized that as you come into this field, as a healthcare field, it's not about you. I hope you know that. I tell my kids that a lot. That's kind of my saying for my boys. I've got a 21, a 16, and a 12-year-old. And I constantly am telling them, it's not about you. The world doesn't revolve around you. But, you know, they don't take it very well. But no, in a healthcare field, it really, though, I say that sarcastically, but in a healthcare field, it really is true. Because why do you come to work as a nurse, as a scrub tech? Why are you going to come to work? To help others, right? Did anybody come in here today thinking, I'm going to earn a paycheck? I mean, that's part of it. Don't get me wrong, that's a good part of it too. That's a good part. I understand. That is a good part. Bills come. But you're here to serve others. That's what you chose. If you did not want a life of servitude, you chose the wrong profession. Because that's what nurses do. And that's what scrub techs do. That's what healthcare professionals do. We serve others. That's our job. When you walk in the doors as an RN or as a scrub tech or any kind of healthcare professional, when you walk in the door, ain't nobody going to tell you to sit down and put up your feet and give you a foot massage while they get you a cold beverage. Ain't going to happen. No, because they're not there. You're there for others. But you know what? If you've chosen this field, there's a good chance that your heart's already in that place. You probably already consider yourself, you don't mind serving others. You do not mind helping other people. You know, that's what you've chosen. That's what you've chosen to do coming into the healthcare field, is to serve others. You're never at your most vulnerable in your life until you're in the hospital laying in that bed. Think about it. How vulnerable are you laying in that hospital bed, sick? Do you just make the decision to tell everybody what to do? No. What is that? People are coming in the door all the time, looking at you going, hey, time to go do this. Hey, time to go get this test. Hey, I'm fixing to draw some more blood. Hey, let's take some more temperature. Let's take your temperature. Hey, let's change that bandage, that dressing. Hey, you got to go to the bathroom? I'll help you. Vulnerable, yeah. Yeah. But, I mean, think about it. You really are. You're laying there at the mercy of whoever walks in that door to help you. You know, that's vulnerable. That's scary. You know, some people talk about, some will complain about our dress code that we have at Baptist Health. You know, we ask that you cover up your tattoos. We don't mind that you have them. We ask that you cover them up. Do you know why we ask that you cover them up? Some people don't like them. They could be. Now, if they're offensive, we definitely want you to cover them up. That's just the thing. But you know, that's not just Baptist thing. But you know, you don't want to offend anybody. But it's perception. It's perception. When people perceive. When you walk in the door, if that person looks at you and automatically doesn't trust you, now I'm not saying it's right or wrong. We're not here to judge. And you got to look past that as a healthcare professional. You've got to be mature enough to look past that. You know, it doesn't matter what I got on my arm or neck or back or leg, whatever. It doesn't matter. Because I'm here to serve you. And if it makes you comfortable, then I will do it. That's the whole part. So when you hear the dress code, you hear people talk about it, you think, man, that's just crazy. That's too strict or whatever. Think about why we do it. It's not about you. It's about the patient. It's about them and the vulnerability. And hopefully one day, you'll never have to be in that situation, but there's a good chance you will, or a family member of yours will. Your mama's laying in that bed, your daddy, your granny, grandpa, you know, you're pretty protective over them, right? Somebody comes in and mistreats them, what are you going to do? Especially nurses, RNs, y'all are bad about it. If your loved one's in the hospital and you're there with them, especially another hospital or something, and a nurse walks in and they ain't acting right, no. That ain't happening. I mean, I'm serious, am I right? You'll get protective and you'll say, look, this ain't the way it happens. No. I mean, you'll be the first one to say no. I mean, and that's okay. You should expect a higher caliber. And we're going to expect that of you guys. We're going to expect a higher maturity level. We're going to expect a higher character out of you. We're going to expect it. because that's what the job demands. Your job asks that of you. So when you're here, you think about it, you're in a very special position, okay? We pride ourselves on 5 values, Baptist Health. And you'll see these at the hospital, you'll see these on the walls at the school, you'll see them in your handbook. I think they're even listed in the catalog. But these are the 5 Baptist Health values that we hold, and that we hold everything up to. These are our standards. Service, honesty, respect, stewardship, and performance. Those are the 5 Baptist Health values. Okay? That is what everything here at Baptist that we base on are those 5 values. Baptist Health Amazing Experience. Have you noticed our slogan, if you've seen it in commercials or you've seen it on billboards, whatever, keep on amazing? Keep on amazing, anybody seen that? Doesn't make sense, does it? My wife hates it. Of course, she taught English for years, and she hates it because that's not sense. Keep on amazing. Amazing is not, anyway. You know. Yeah, she gets upset about that. But anyway, keep on amazing. Think about that for a second. That is our motto, or our mantra, or whatever you want to call it, catchphrase, slogan. Keep on amazing, because it doesn't mean, it means be amazing, but it means keep on every day amazing. Greet warmly. First impressions lay the foundation. Is that true? Is that true? Yeah. 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 You ever had anybody come in that's just real crabby? Anybody ever work fast food? Ever? Bunch of it. How do you like having that customer come in that's just mean and hateful? Oh, so that's fun, isn't it? You want to be their friend, right? No. Yeah, I mean, there's a big difference with greeting warmly, coming in, somebody walking in. You as a nurse, you're going to have first impressions all the time you're going to walk in a room. I mean, that's what you do. You walk in. I'm your nurse today, you know. I get to care for you. You know, I mean, you're going to come in here, you know, hey, Mrs. So-and-so, my name is Shane. I'm going to be here to take care of you today. If you need something, I'm your RN, I'm your PN, or whatever, you know, I'm here to take care of you. But, you know, you just introduce yourself, explain it. The best things that can let patients at ease is explanations, right? Explaining what's going on, explaining what's going to happen. That is the thing that comforts. That's the thing that comforts me, is when I know what's going on. If you come in and go, hey, we're going to do a lot of tests today, so get ready. What test? You know? But if you come in and go, listen, today the doctor's got you slated for several tests. First, we're going to do this. We're going to take it down X-ray. Then we're going to do this, and then we're going to make sure this test is. You know, just explain it. It goes a long ways. Long ways. You know, but lay the foundation, being helpful, nice to people, be responsive to their needs, and exceed expectations. Responsive but exceeding. That means just not only if they say, hey, you know, this chair's not real comfortable, you know, or I try to sit in this chair, and I said, well, let me check on that. You know, doesn't mean just get another chair. Maybe get a couple extra pillows or another blanket, or you know, try to do something. Go beyond that. Try to go beyond that. Find something that's going to work better. You know, exceeding those expectations. And sometimes it's the little things. Provide a genuine handoff, leaving a positive impression. You know, the handoff, and you know, scrub tech for you guys, this doesn't happen very much because, well, to be honest, your guys, the people, you patient you come out there, they're going to be knocked out. They're never going to see you, which is a good thing because you're in surgery. But for RNs, you guys are going to be handing off at the end of every shift. Your handoff. You got to hand them off to the next person. That doesn't mean, hey, such will be here in a minute. I'll see you later. I'll be back to that. You know, and then that other person's going to come in. You know, bring them in with you. You know, such is here. They're going to take care of you. That I trust them. Blah, blah, you know, I mean, you know, make them comfortable with that. You know, that they know you know each other. That you've talked. That you shared the information about them. They know when they come in, they're going to be able to trust that change. You know, that's what it means. Positive handoff. And I gave you an example of being a nurse and a handoff, but even in the hallway, if you see somebody walking through the hallway and they're just like, you know, and you're like, ma'am, can I help you find something? You look like you have trouble finding it. And they're like, yeah, I'm looking for such and such. Oh, okay. Maybe you don't have the whole time in the world to go there. Or you just, you show them where they're going. Oh yeah, come on, I'll show you where it's at. You walk them over there. You know, what's better? If you're lost in a place where somebody goes, all right, you're going to go down here, you're going to turn left, at the first hallway at T's. Then as you go down there about 100 feet, there's going to be a hallway to your right. Take the second hallway to your left. Then it's the third door. All right? And then you leave them. Okay? Or is it saying, yeah, come on, I'll show you. I mean, you're talking a couple of 100 steps for you, but it means the world to them. And then when you get there, you hand them off. You just open the door, you go, hey, such and such is looking for blah, blah, blah. Is this where they need to go? And they're like, yeah, this one, okay. You got them? Okay. You know, hand it off to them, but make sure there's a handoff. Don't just let them go, you know, or don't walk halfway there and go, you see that door right down there? That's it. All right, good job. You know, high five. Anyway, I mean, it's just that extra mile, that little bit extra that makes a big difference to people. Makes a huge difference. You know, with social media nowadays, everything is kind of out in the open, isn't it? You know, everything. We're going to talk in a minute about our surveys. There's an HCAP survey that's out there that patients are allowed to take, and the results are online. You can go online and look up Abbott Health stats, you can look up UMS, you can look up St. Vincent, you look them all up. I mean, it really is a customer market nowadays. You can shop as to which, you know, this healthcare facility, this is this, you know, that doctor's only got 1 star. Look at the bad reviews about it. I did that just the other day, looking up a doctor. I was like, ooh, he's got 1 star, and it says this. No, you know, and I didn't do that before my wife went to see him. And after she went to see him, and I looked at him like, yeah, I should have looked at that, because it wasn't good. If it wasn't good, she didn't have a good experience. And I was like, yeah, we'll find somebody else. So it's the customer's market nowadays. So in our field, if we want to keep our job or keep everybody coming to where we work so that we still have a good job, we got to make sure they want to come back. It's just like a restaurant or a grocery store nowadays. Hospitals are. Employee engagement. An engaged employee is someone who is involved, enthusiastic, and committed to his or her work. Notice those words. Not only are they involved, because, I mean, if you come to work and work, you're involved, right? I'm coming, I'm here. Yeah, I'll do that, I'll do that. I'm involved. But there's a big difference between that attitude and being enthusiastic about it and committed to it. Because enthusiastic means you do things with enthusiasm. You're there, you're like, what I got to do today, who I got? Who are my patients, all right? Woo, you know, all right, I got this one, this one, this one, okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're enthusiastic, you're ready to go, let's go. You go in the room, you're enthusiastic, you know, you brighten somebody's day, hey, how are you doing? So they're going, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling good, I'm not, well, I'm going to try and do everything I can to make you go. You know, there's enthusiasm in your voice. Then this work comes behind it. Committed. It's not a fake enthusiasm. Anybody know anybody that has great fake enthusiasm? Oh, me. Somebody's honest. She goes, me? Yeah. Fake enthusiasm. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's great. Oh, way to go. And you know when they turn around, this is the face. You can just feel it, you know. You can see it. Well, commitment means you're really putting a force behind it. That commitment is a force, a little extra push behind the enthusiasm. You know, if I come and you go, oh, it was so great to meet you today. I mean, I really appreciate it. I'm so glad you're here. I really look forward to it. I think you're going to love it here. I think if you have any problems, my office is done, you know, 1,004. You know, if you need anything, come see me, because it's going to get tough at times. It's going to be hard, but I think you can do it. You know, you can feel a little bit there, right? You can feel that I do care enough. I'm trying to help you. I want to help you. You know, there's a difference in how you act in your voice, and people can see that. People can feel it. You can feel it. You can hear it. You can see it. It makes a difference. You know, don't forget that, because she asked the question, what led you to healthcare? Describe your best day at work. Can anybody give me a really good day at work? Any work, just one good day. Anybody like just one good day? Nobody likes to work. Nobody wants to go to work. Anybody got just a really good day at work? Yes. So what was it about that? Was it just the extra help? Somebody heard or somebody felt that you did the work that day before and killed yourself, and they said, you know what, we're gonna send them the help. Somebody cared enough to put that behind it. Nice, nice. If you didn't hear him, he worked at a pharmacy, and one day they had like, how many was it, 800? 800 something prescriptions they had to fill. It was just 3 of them. They worked like a dog trying to get them done. The next day they got there, and then there was 10 other people there to help them. I guess the company or the place you work for had sent extra help. There was 10 other people there to help them, and they did it all and got it done. And what did that show you? It shows you what? Appreciation, recognition. They recognized that you worked hard. They knew you needed the help. Yeah, that goes a long ways, doesn't it? Huge, huge difference. That recognition, somebody knows, somebody wants to help. They saw how hard you work. It's all it takes. Just a little bit of sometimes just noticing things, recognizing this or that. Makes a big difference on people. We're going to watch a video here in a minute at the end that shows about people walking in people's shoes. You never know what's going on in people's lives walking their shoes. And for somebody to recognize when you've done something, when you just do it, you don't do it for recognition, but it still gets somebody notices, it makes you feel good, doesn't it? Makes just that little pick-me-up makes a huge difference. And we're going to see that here in a minute. All right, so the sum of all interactions shaped by an organization's culture that influences patient perceptions across the continuum of care. That's a quote by the Barrow Institute. Now, as I mentioned earlier, HCAHPS. HCAHPS is a hospital consumer assessment of healthcare providers and systems. What it is, they come up with a certain number of questions that it gets sent out, that we have to send out to patients. Anybody that's been in the hospital, whether it's ER, whether it's a room, they had to stay for an extended period of time, surgery, whatever, they get this survey. And then they fill this survey out, they can send it in. And these results are posted online. These results are posted and they're measured. And you can look at them to see how you're doing in comparison to others in the United States overall and to other hospitals in your area. This is a graph of what Baptist has done by reporting by our discharge date. Okay, so overall 9s and 10s questions. So these are the questions here. These are the questions. You can't read that very well because it's so small. The blue is Baptist Health score. The orange is the U.S. score. U.S. is average. The blue line is us. The orange line is U.S. average. It's pretty good. Pretty good. We had a pretty good year. We started off really well. Now the U.S. we're kind of catching us. We haven't gone down. We've gone up. But the U.S. is starting to catch up because everybody else is realizing, everybody else is reading these scores, and it makes a difference whether they come to our hospital or not. So everybody is. So you may not hear it called best at another hospital you go work at, but you're going to hear something about the culture and the HCAHPS scores and how well we treat patients and all. And you're going to hear it a lot. Then there's a few areas where we need to work on. I don't know. I don't have the questions in front of me. There's a question here. There's a couple of them that fall right on the line or just right below it, and we're low. For the most part, I'd say Baptist Health is doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good right now. We're way above the average. And that's not a bad thing. So 5 key behaviors, or 5 key behavior standards that we hold to here. Commitment, dedication, communication, problem solving, prioritizing, and initiative, service orientation, and teamwork. How can we build stronger connections with our customer through these behaviors? And we're going to go through some scenarios real quick that I want you to look at. First, commitment, dedication. This is where we generate enthusiasm and commitment for programs, department goals, initiatives. Demonstrates loyalty, dedication to department management by building support in changes in direction and seeking ways to assist in making transitions smooth and harmonious. Commitment, dedication. These are the things that we try to hold to when change comes. How many people love change? A room full of people, and I see no hands. No, not many people like change, do they? Why? Because ruts are comfortable, right? We like our rut. It took us a while to get here, and we're happy, right? Now, actually, going to school, you guys right now, you probably jumping out, you may be out, now this may be a rush you haven't been in. You may have been out working or not working and you decided to go back to school, and this is brand new. You know, it's tough. Change is tough. You may have been going to school, you may have been going to college, and this is just kind of swerving in the lane, and bad things going on, you're still in school. Not a big change, you know. But we don't like change because we have to get out of our comfort zone a little bit. But when change comes, being enthusiastic, getting behind department goals, the departments will set goals. They'll set patient safety care goals, fall goals, that no falls or limited, no falls per quarter or whatever, no needle sticks, no accidental sticks. I mean, those are goals that your departments will set, surgery and nursing alike. Getting enthusiastic about them, getting behind them, getting creative, getting new ways to remind people, we got to do this, you got to make sure you do this so that there's no falls, we got to do this. If you do this, you know, no needle sticks, how are we going to remember this? You know, getting enthusiastic about it, showing some commitment, some dedication to it. Ways in transition, you know, we switched here about a couple years ago, I guess it was, we switched over to Epic, which is a whole new computer system for monitoring everything from the patient coming in all the way to discharge, everything like cost, like charges, like we do, if they get a test done of this, it goes into Epic, and Epic is the computer system that basically runs the whole charge system. And switching from that to an old to a new was very difficult. You can imagine switching, you know, 7, 8, 9,000 employees over at 9 different hospitals. It's not easy. And everybody getting trained how to do it, everybody has to be trained to use it. So everybody has to sit in a classroom and go through training on how to use it. Not easy, not easy. You know, those are the kind of transitions you'll see happen at healthcare systems where it takes some. Even in a small clinic, you're going to see transition happen. You're going to see things happen that you have to transition to or move. And being a part of that is going to make a difference. Now, a major change in policy is coming to your department. It will affect your work in patient care. You have been providing communication about this policy change in writing and by your leader in the department meeting. You understand the change and you want to support it, but some of your teammates are not on board. I'm going to give you 3 choices. Everybody likes multiple choice, right? You say, hey team, we got this, don't complain. Or you say, you know, I think this will be a good impact on patient care. Let's bring it up in our daily huddle and see how we can manage this new change in a way that works for our department. If we focus on the right strategy and stay consistent with it, we'll see great results. Or you say, I know change is hard. What is it about change that's most challenging to you? Which one of those is best? What do you think? Oh, C, okay. B, okay. See, some of you went for that. It was the longest answer. That's correct. No, I'm just kidding. B and C, okay. None of them are wrong, but why doesn't anybody pick A? Fake enthusiasm. I swear. My sons would say it's a little OP. And if you play video games, you know what OP is. It's overpowered. Well, it's too much. Oh, too much. You know, when change is coming, you don't want that person to stand there and goes, hey team, let's not complain. This is going to be great. We got this. You're like, sir. I'm not that person, and I just, a little too much here. Back it off. Get away from me. But I can go with either B or C. I can see either one. Now this one, obviously, is kind of a, we're going to move forward no matter what. So we'll talk about it. We'll see what we can do to make it happen. I don't mean it bad, but that's what that says. We're still going to do it. We'll talk. What does this say to you? What does that say? What? Compassion. What's another word? Compassion, or starts with a C? Concern. This shows that somebody's concerned about you. If you're having trouble with it, right? I'm concerned. Change is hard. What about change is most challenging to you? What is that? If I ask you that, that says something, doesn't it? That says you care, number one, about what I think, which is a huge deal. You care about what I think, but you're going to listen to me, possibly, and we can work through this. That makes a huge difference. Those open-ended statements like that can make a huge difference. Personal note, I'm dealing right now, I've got a 12-year-old that's dealing with a lot of anxiety. He doesn't handle anxiety well, okay? And it's new for me because my other 2 kids, no problem. I can turn them loose when I'm gone, whatever. No, they don't see any challenge. But the youngest one is having a challenge, and I'm having to learn how to talk to him like this. Because when he gets scared or he gets anxious or gets upset, I just want to go, why are you upset? It's no big deal. But when I do that, all I'm doing is belittling his fear when I say that. And I'm learning, this is what I have to do right here. What is it that's got you worried, or why are you scared, or why are you upset about it? What is it that's upsetting you? Is there a certain part of it that upsets you? And what I'm doing there is I'm learning to see his side of it and say it's okay to be scared. It's okay to not like change. It really is. It's going to happen, but it's okay not to like it. But we can work through it and find ways. You see that? You see how that works? It makes a big difference. Communication. Speaking, writing in clear, precise manner pertains to the job. Displays courtesy and respect to fellow employees and patients and visitors. Narrates care to all patients to ensure mutual understanding. You know, we live in a world today that is crazy open communication, don't we? Everything's out there. I mean, you can't say nothing that won't be found out by 5,000 people in 10 seconds, you know what I mean? And don't put it online. Don't put it on some kind of social media. Don't put it out there because it's out there. You're done, you know? And so communication is a huge part of how we understand things. And we like being communicated with. I mentioned that while ago in the handoff, and being nurses going into a room and explaining, hey, this is what's going to happen. This is what we're going to do. Or this is what's on the schedule for today for you. You know, explaining that communication makes a big, big difference. So you walk into a patient's room and notice several family members are there. You're there to do an hourly rounding while going through the care model, communicating, assessing, restroom/relay information, and environment. And that's one of the acronyms we like to use is CARE. The family members have questions about timeline for procedures and discharge. You need to bring someone else in to answer their question. What do? Choices. You say, if you can wait just a second, I'll get someone who can answer your questions. Okay. You say, I don't know. I'm here to check vitals, but I'll get your nurse. Or you say, I'm Cara, Mrs. Smith's PCT. I'm going to check her vitals. After that, I'm going to go get Mark. That's patient care tech. Sorry, patient care tech. I'm going to go get Mark, Mrs. Smith's nurse, who can give you more information about the procedures you're asking about, as well as Mrs. Smith's discharge plan. He's a wonderful nurse, and we'll definitely want to make sure that you have the information you need. A and C, okay. Why would you pick C over A? Are they saying the same thing? They are, but what is this saying, really? Oh, a lot more. I care. I care about you. That says, yeah, I'll get the job done. I'll get somebody. But this says I care. Does that make a difference? Like, I mean, you literally care about this person. You're going to want to answer the question because you take care of them in this statement. This person's taken care of. That's how I feel right here. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Just that little extra wordage, a little bit of verbiage, it goes a long way. Long way. I'm sorry, I have been neglecting you guys all day. I'm so sorry. I've been over there in my bank with y'all. I'm sorry. Hey, there's more to you. I know. I'm over here. All right, so I mentioned the CARE as acronym. Communication. Each time you enter the patient's room, state your name, discipline, and purpose. Now, scrub tech, you guys won't be using this because you guys, well, again, your people are asleep and you're working in surgery. So you may or may not see them awake unless you go into where they're getting prepped and you have to talk to them beforehand. But usually you don't do that. Usually that's the RN and the doctors that do that. Assess and be alert to any unmet needs the patient may have, especially if non-communicative. If you notice something that bothers the patient, that's bothering them, ask them about it. Check on it. See if you can fix it. Maybe you walk in and they're just sweating profusely. Maybe there's something you can do with air conditioner. They don't ask you, but you know when you're like, are you hot? Can I turn the air down for you? Or I mean, check on them. Maybe they're uncomfortable. They're just sitting there going, moving around in their bed, but they don't tell you anything. You're like, can I readjust your bed or move the pillow? Or and sometimes it's something you can't help. Maybe they're in pain because of the surgery. It's not nothing you can take away, but maybe there is something you can do. Being attentive. Assessing that. Restroom relay information. Does the patient need to use the restroom? Does the urinal need to be empty? Is incontinent patient wet? these are things you check. Maybe there's something, maybe they need, you come in and it's been an hour and they need a bathroom break. You know, you hadn't been making around and you've had to go 10 other rooms and now you come back to this one finally and it's been a while. You know, you gotta check on them. Environment, does the patient have access to water, call line, phone, urinal? Is there clutter in the room? You know, is everything okay? Do you need some water? Do you need something to drink? You know, your call line's right there by you, or your phone, you know. You make sure that they're taken care of. And that's those little bitty things that are gonna make a big difference. And that's why that acronym, CARE, you care about them. Problem solving, prioritizing, and initiative. You want to identify the problems in the work area and develop solutions. You want to set the priorities so that work is completed in the assessed time frame. You want to recognize and act on opportunities of improvement. And you want to confront problems quickly and enthusiastically. Okay? So this is a problem-solving type situation or a standard. So a patient and family member just brought a complaint to your attention. You go through the LAST model. Another acronym. LAST stands for listen, apologize, solve, and thank. All right? And we're able to ease the tension with the family member. However, you know this is an issue that could be prevented in the future. What do? Do you, A, bring it up with a coworker to identify the problem, brainstorm positive solutions, and share your team's resolution with your leader and others who might benefit? Do you, B, bring it up with your coworker to identify the problem? Or C, do you bring it up with your coworker, identify the problem, and ask their advice on positive solutions to prevent the issue in the future? What? This is a little tougher. What do you think? I'm not hearing as many. I'm not hearing many. What, C? A? I heard an A and a C. No B's? What is B doing? Bring up this with your coworker and identify the problem. You're the problem. No, you know, I mean, that's what it sounds like. You're just kind of like, identify the problem. But, you know, I'm going to go, I think, and I go with, on this one, A. Because to me, C says, bring this up with your coworker, identify the problem, ask on positive solutions to prevent the issue in the future. In other words, I come up to them and say, hey, this is the problem we're having, what do you think we should do? And they're the only ones you ask, and you're the only ones I share with, it's going to look a little pointed, doesn't it? But if you get with them, you say, okay, we've got a problem here that we need to fix. I have this idea, but I don't know if it'll work. Do you have any ideas? You brainstorm. What do you guys got? Or bring two of them together. You got any ideas on how we can fix this? And if you figure it out, you figure something out, then you can share it with the rest of the team, or the whole floor, or whatever it may be. You never know. Your idea could get adopted in the whole system because it becomes something that fixes a lot of problems on every floor. You never know, you know. But you get together, you work together, and then you share that with others. If you get together, identify it, and just look at some positive solutions, but you never share it with anybody, well, who does that help? That one time, that's it. Yeah, that doesn't work. Service orientation. This is where you display enthusiasm for serving others and respecting their diversity. You demonstrate a willingness to go above and beyond the job to meet the needs of others, demonstrated by the BHCLR values, and you adhere to the Code of Ethical Conduct, Best Culture, and corporate compliance policies. This is kind of a tough area sometimes. Displaying enthusiasm and serving others and respecting their diversity. You never know who you're going to walk in and who's going to be laying in that bed. You have no idea. It could be somebody that personally you don't like or personally offends you in some way. But you know what? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think, right? Because why? It's not about you. That's right. It's not about you. You've got to look beyond that. Now, what if you walk in and they say something that's offensive to you, or they don't like you. They just don't like you. There's something about you they don't like the hair color. I don't know. You know. Guess what? You still got to work with it, and you still got to. If they say something, you can say, "Well, I can look and get another nurse if that'll make you happy, sir. I'll be happy to help you, though. I'm an excellent nurse. I can really take care of you. But if you want somebody else, it's fine." And you don't get offended. You don't get an attitude. Because there's different ways you can handle that, isn't there? Well, I'll look and see if somebody else is available. That's a totally different attitude, isn't it? That's completely different. I didn't have to do much, say much, nothing. But that's, you know, our attitude comes through our face, through our voice, through our actions. Really? You don't like me? Okay. What'd I do? I just cut you out, didn't I? I crossed my arms. That's body language. I just cut you out of the hole. You ain't getting in. I'm done with you. That's what that says. I'm done. Did it? You know? But if I lay my hands aside and I say, you know what? That's okay. I can find somebody else if I bother you or if I offend you, you know, or, you know. I mean, there's ways to do it. You're gonna have to grow a thick skin. Scrub tech, you're gonna have to grow the thickest skin you've ever grown in your life. You know why? Because you're fixing to work with surgeons. And you know what they like to do in surgery? They like to take out their anger and frustrations on the people across the table from them. Oh, and RNs, if you want to be a surgical nurse, you better grow a thick skin. Because they're going to call you every name in the book. They're going to yell at you. I mean, they're going to call you some nasty names. I've heard it. It's not pretty. You know, and they'll be nicest to you probably when they get out. Down the hallway, nice as can be. But in that room, when they get stressed and they get frustrated, ooh, they lash out. They're ugly people. Ugly. I don't like them. But anyway. We have to have my guests. Anyway. But, no. You better grow some thick skin. If you're a sensitive soul, you better get over it. Because that ain't going to happen in surgery. I'll tell you right now. I remember, I work in histology. I work in the lab where we get tissue from surgery. That's what we do in histology. So once it's removed from the body in surgery, it comes straight through to us in the tissue lab and in the lab. So we're right after them. And we kept getting specimens one day, and the doctor was frustrated because he was trying to find the parathyroid. If you don't know, the parathyroid likes to move. It doesn't stay in one place in your neck, it moves. So you can't just go, oh, there it is, and it looks like the other tissue around it. So he was taking tissue sample after tissue sample. We were in a frozen section after frozen section after frozen section. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. Yeah. We got to N. That's how a piece of tissue took out of this woman's neck. Still hasn't found parathyroid. So he got to H or J, somewhere there, and he called the pathologist, because every time we got a frozen section, she would look at it, the pathologist would look at it, and then she would call back in surgical. It's not parathyroid. That's not parathyroid either. Every time. Well, she called back one time and said, specimen H is not parathyroid. It goes, H! See, he was counting by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not how we do it in the lab. It's labeled A, B, C, D because it's a different specimen. Now, if you take one spot, you cut it into a bunch of different pieces, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's the same area. Anyway, he got mad. You could hear him on the phone because the nurse told him, the nurse is on the phone relaying the information with these hands in, the nurse is relaying information. And he starts yelling a string of ugly words and calling names and everything else. You could hear him like down the hallway yelling at this nurse. I felt bad for her. He just didn't understand how we number or label things. And anyway, what's funny about that is after N, he just finally decided to close up, so he spent one last piece of tissue in and then closed it up for permanent. That was really the last piece, but anyway, I won't tell you his name because I think he still works. Anyway, so demonstrates a willingness to go above and beyond the job, meet the needs of others, demonstrating the Baptist health values, and adhering to the code of conduct. So those two kind of come into play. Now, here's the other scenario. You answered your office phone with an appropriate greeting, good morning, stating your name and department, how may I help you? And on the other end of the line is a very angry voice. They begin explaining their experience with your department and how it did not meet their expectations. The information was not shared in a timely way, it contradicted what other team members said, and it didn't make sense to the customer. How do you handle this phone call? Now, if you've ever worked in retail or fast food, you probably handled somebody like this, or it's happening, right? Right? All right, so here's the choices. Encourage the caller to calm down and let them know you're willing to listen and try to correct the situation. Or you transfer them to your coworker who gave the incorrect information in the first place and let them handle it. Everybody knows, listen genuinely, apologize sincerely, solve their problem by asking them, how can we make this right for you? Explore the options with them and manage the situation in a timely manner, either before you get off the phone or by calling them back if ended. Thank them for bringing this to your attention and trusting you with the correct outcome. This one's easy, isn't it? This one's easy to see. Yeah, I like that first one. That always works. When you tell people to calm down when they're angry, that always works, doesn't it? Calm down. No, that doesn't work, does it? Ever. So no, don't do that. Don't say that. Listen, sir, calm down. Don't ever do that. Don't. It's hard because it's what we want to do. That's our initial reaction. Sir, calm down. Don't do that. So, yeah, you want to listen. What's the problem? Or what happened? Tell me what happened. You listen. And then the first thing out of your mouth is, I am so sorry that happened. Now, some people, that's not hard. Some people can do that. Some people in this room, I know who you are. You're like, you know, especially when somebody's in your ear. But what you got to do is you got to understand, it probably wasn't you that did it, and you weren't even there. It probably wasn't even your shift. You weren't even working. But now it's your problem because you're the one that answered that phone. All right? And you've got to understand it's not you. Don't take it personal because it's not you. Okay? They're upset and they're mad. You can understand why. So you've got to say, listen, how can we make this right? Or what do you need to do? What do we need to do to fix this for you? You know, and has anybody ever said that to you on the phone? Has anybody ever said, hey, how can we make this right for you? It makes a big difference, doesn't it? Huge difference. Because then you're like, oh, okay. Because most times we're not used to that, are we? We're not used to somebody saying that. You're like, well, foot, all right, this is what you can do. All right, you know? I mean, you're just not used to that. I said, well, I'll go to the acronym last, listen, apologize, solve, and thank. That's a very important acronym that everybody needs to know. Teamwork, the last one, I'm going to kind of rush through. We're going to run short on time, but I don't. It says you're rounding out your patients to notice a room that needs the trash change and linens removed from the floor. This is not specifically listed in your job description, but you're able to do both duties. What do? Everybody's answering. You leave the room and call the person responsible to change the trash or remove the linen. You change the trash or remove the linen yourself, or you change the trash, remove the linens, narrate the care of the patient by saying, we want you to have a clean environment, so I'm going to take care of this. Is there anything else I can do for you while I'm here? I want you to be as comfortable as possible. Yeah, see, I kind of agree with this and I kind of don't. There's part of it I don't like. I don't like the fact that I'm going to bring to their attention somebody should have done it. Does that make sense? Well, I'm going to change this for you. That's the way it sounds to me. I don't like that. I don't think I would say that. We want you to have a clean environment. I would say, I would just do it. I would just do it. Not say anything. I would do it. And on the way out the door, I said, is there anything you need before I leave? Or is there anything you need, can I, make it more comfortable? That's what I would do. A little different. But I would handle it a little different than that. One of the most toxic things in a job is the person that says, that's not my job description. Or that's not one of my duties. Or I wasn't told to do that. That is the most toxic thing you can ever work. And some of you may have said it before, and I'm sorry if you did. But if you did, you were toxic. Because, and I can't lie, I've been in jobs before where I thought that myself. I have, I'll be honest with you. And it's a tough thing because we want to revert back to that self, our inner self, because we're selfish at heart. We're human beings. All of us are selfish at heart. All of us. And so we want to revert back to that. And we got to be careful. Got to be careful. Especially if it's a bad day and you just had a bad time and the kids at home driving you nuts and your husband and your wife just driving you nuts and bills are doing all that. Did this person say what they did? It's very hard. It's very hard. It does. It's tough. All right. This is the first video I want to talk about. This is the one where I talk about walking in somebody's shoes. It's called walk. They refer to it as walk the talk. What that means is, you ever heard me say, don't talk the talk. You're not going to walk the walk. That's what that means. You're going to walk. You're going to do what you say you do. You're going to put some movement behind it, some feet behind it. All right. And we may need Kleenexes. I got some Kleenexes here if you need. I'm telling you, this one gets me. This is not 25. was not the one I wanted. I'm gonna go back to it, sorry. It was before that, and it skipped it, I don't know why it did. Okay, here's that one I was talking about.
never know who is in that room and who is in that bed, or who's walking down that hallway, or who's in the elevator with you, or who's sitting in the classroom beside you. You never know. And guys, you'll be amazed at what some of you are going through right now.
You know, it's not easy. So if you have to change the way you think as far as care and compassion, then it needs to change, but some of you may already be there. Don't look past your fellow classmates, okay? Because some of them are going to be hurting through these next year, 2 years, you know, and your patients too. The people walking the hallway, the elevators, the parking lots. So, again, if you could walk just a minute in their shoes, what do you think you'd find out, or what do you think you'd feel? Just remember that. My time is up here, but I'd like to say a quick prayer before I leave, if you'd let me. Dear Heavenly Father, I come to you today just loving you so much for the many blessings you give me. I thank you so much for each one of these students. Every one of these, I pray for their strength and this year to come. I pray for their families. I pray for their families' understanding as they have to study more, the time they have to spend in study. I pray if they have children, Lord, I pray for them. I pray if they know mom or dad is trying their best for their family. I pray for each one of them to love and care on each other, grow as a family. I thank you so much for all that you do. In your name I pray. Amen. Oh, your name's? Is she here? Okay. I don't know. Does she have a login? She can log in though. Okay, I'm logged in now, so. Okay, sorry. Sorry.
Click on what?
Where it says new student, and then trying to click on the actual name of the person that's student.
Too big. Problem, I can't get it. Thank you. I knew there's somebody smart here that could help me. I've never had this problem before. Okay. And this mailbox is different than mine, it's different size or something. Bigger, different. Now, I want this to be bigger. Now we're in business, okay, guys. So we're gonna talk about all things infection control today. Okay, let's talk about bloodborne pathogens, which are HIV, which leads to AIDS, hepatitis B, acute chronic hepatitis, and hepatitis C, which can lead to chronic hepatitis. Your risk working as a healthcare worker or student from these, you can occur these from needle sticks or sharps injuries, splash broken or non-intact skin, and splash your mucous membranes. Your risk from HIV is about 3/100%, hepatitis C is about 2/100%, hepatitis B is about 30 to 50%.
Your sexual transmission from HIV is much higher though. The good news is there's a vaccine for hepatitis B. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. It's given over 3 IM doses over a 6-month period. It's 90 to 95% effective, and there's a post-vaccine antibody test. We have an exposure control plan that covers all of this. It's available on EmployeeNet. It covers sharp safety devices, the bloodborne pathogens, which we've already talked about. It's updated annually by us at Infection Control. And if you have any concerns after reading it, you can call us at Infection Control. I just realized I forgot to introduce myself. I am Julie from Infection Control at BHCLR. Okay, so if you have an exposure while working at a hospital and healthcare, I need you to remember 3 things. Notify your student coordinator. There's 2 forms on EmployeeNet you need to fill out under Employee Health. And then you need to go to Employee Health to let them know. And if it's a known or suspected HIV patient, they may send you to the emergency department to get started on HIV meds. Okay, how do we protect ourselves from our patients? We have respiratory hygiene, we can mask. We have transmission-based precautions where we can mask and wear gloves and gowns. Or we can do a combination, we can do both at the same time. We can mask and wear gloves and gowns. We treat all patients as if they're potentially infectious. And what's the most important thing we can do to protect ourselves and our patients and our families? Hand hygiene, right? And if we're going to work on a patient or help a patient and have blood or body fluids, we can always put on a gown and gloves or mask. They don't have to be on precautions in order to protect ourselves. And then we have sharp safety devices to protect ourselves. Hand hygiene. We have alcohol-based products, and then we have soap and water. When you're using alcohol-based products, we just rub with friction, get a nickel to dime, nickel to a quarter size amount of alcohol in our hands and rub with friction. Make sure we get all of our hand surfaces in between our fingers and thumb and back of our hands and palms, and rub with friction for about 15 seconds until it's dry. When using soap and water, we wet our hands, get a small amount of soap and rub with friction about 15 seconds and then rinse and dry thoroughly. When can we use foam or gel? Alcohol foam or gel? Before patient contact, before putting on gloves or removing gloves, before inserting devices, after contact with the patient, when moving from one work area to another during patient care, after touching inanimate objects in the patient room, and before entering the isolation room. When do we want to use soap and water? We want to use soap and water when our hands are visibly soiled or dirty, before eating or drinking, after using the restroom, after extended glove wear, and when leaving a contact or special contact room. We want to wash our hands after leaving a contact, special contact room, because alcohol foam doesn't kill C. diff. Hand hygiene only works if we keep rings to a minimum. Our nails need to be smooth and short. We can't use artificial nails when we work with patients because those germs like to live under those long artificial nails. And those artificial nails stay on for a long time. And guys, if you're going to wear nail polish, it needs to be smooth and not chipped. The hospital provides hand lotion in patient care areas because the lotions, outside hand lotions, break down the antimicrobials in our soaps and the latex in our gloves. Most of our gloves are non-latex there are a few in our inventory, like our sterile gloves, a few are still latex. Personal protective equipment, like we talked about before, if you go in to help with the patient, they might have a lot of feces or blood on them, grab a glove and gown to protect yourself. And I worked in critical care, and we would go and suction people, and secretions would go everywhere. So we had to mask and wear eyewear and all this, you know, protect ourselves from secretions going in our nose and our face and all that. And we do not do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation in our facilities. We use an ambulance bag to resuscitate our patients. Where's our PPE stored? Here they're showing you there's an ambulance bag in the bottom of the crash cart. There's gown, mask, and eyewear. And usually in the Pyxis areas, in these personal belonging bags, there'll be gowns, masks, and eyewear. And then scattered around the units, you can find isolation cards. And every isolation patient will have a card, isolation card with mask, gloves, and gowns in it. Safe removal of PPE inside the room. You take off your gloves, do hand hygiene. You take off your gown, do hand hygiene. If you wear a mask or eyewear, we'll take that off and do hand hygiene. And I don't think you guys will be going in airborne rooms with the TB patients and airborne patients, but you'll take that off outside of the room, do hand hygiene before and after. Sharp safety, all of our sharp should be sharp safety devices. Those are covered under the exposure control plan appendix A and B, and you need to activate those as required. I'm sure the nurses you work with or your student advisor will help you do that. But you just got to make sure you do it correctly. Okay, what's wrong with this picture? Too full, isn't it? And there's gauze in there. So we want to put gauze in there, gloves in there, gauze wrappers. You might see all kinds of people doing wrong things with these. When it gets up that black line on there, I don't know if you can see that or not. I don't know if I have a laser in here or not. There's a little black line on there in between the two red biohazard, the red biohazard label. Anyway, when it gets up to that certain point, it needs to be changed out. This is usually a lock box. And if you see it full, just let a staff member know and they can change that out. We never want to reach in here with our hands. And this is for sharps only. It's not for all that other garbage they like to sometimes put in there. Let's talk about, any questions so far? Okay, let's talk about contact precautions. If you get to a room and you see this sign, that means you want a glove and gown on this patient. And we don't like to share equipment on these patients. These patients might have MRSA, VRE, ESBL. And they should have an isolation card outside the room with gowns in there. Want to wash our hands when we come out. You see this sign on outside the door. We want glove and gown on these patients too. Especially wash your hands. And these are like the super bacteria patients. These patients may have MDRA, Visa, CRE, and we also put the C. diff patients in here. If you take care of a C. diff patient, they have several foul-smelling stools a day. And we block these rooms for special cleaning and bring out this machine that blows out hydrogen peroxide and kills everything but the roaches when these patients are discharged. We make visitors glove and gown on these patients too. antimicrobial stewardship program at our hospitals. We have special pharmacists and physicians who monitor the dose and therapy of our antibiotics on patients. And also, this is cut down on C. diff and other multi-drug resistant organisms on our patients. Because the CDC says that almost half of the antibiotics given in hospitals are inappropriate. So this is kind of oversight committee in our hospital to cut down on our inappropriate antibiotics. Droplet precautions. This is a green sign. It's flu season right now. So these patients, you see a green sign on the door, that means you need a mask. Influenza is highly contagious. It's spread like droplets when the patient coughs. They're pretty large droplets, so it's spread person to person by cough. Antivirals help improve the symptoms. We went to mandatory flu vaccination on our staff several years ago now. So that kind of helps with spread. And it also helps with prevent hospitalizations and severe illness if you get a flu vaccine, even if you do get the flu after getting vaccinated. Airborne precautions, the hot pink sign. I really don't think you'll be going in these rooms, but this is what this sign means. These rooms have special ventilation where the droplets, it's negative pressure, so the droplets get sucked up into the roof or through the ventilation outside into the sunlight, and the sunlight kills these droplets, these bacteria. We have a special mask where we get fit tested once a year in case you gain or lose weight. And these patients may have tuberculosis, chickenpox, smallpox, or avian flu. Here's someone getting fit tested for this mask. So put that hood over you, wear saccharin. In case of saccharin, you got the wrong size mask on. And they try another size. Symptoms of tuberculosis are fever, night sweats, weight loss, bloody sputum, cough greater than 3 weeks. It's spread person to person by cough. Prevention is a special room. You wear a 95 mask. Treatment is 3 different drugs over 9 months, and you're followed by the health department. Okay, any questions so far? Let's talk about medical infectious waste. If you have a couple more bloody body fluids or saturated dressing, it needs to go in one of these red bags or one of these red stand-up cans. You find these red bags usually in the bathroom, underneath the cabinet. If you don't have a cabinet in your room, you'll find them in the cabinet in the room if you don't have a bathroom cabinet. And then you take the red bag and you put it in the red stand-up can in the sold utility room. This is biohazard warning label. If you see one of these, this is not somewhere you want to store your lunch. You'll find these on 24-hour urine refrigerators, lab specimens. Just this is dirty. This is not somewhere you don't want to put clean things. Food safety. Most of our trays are served by nutrition services, but if you have to pass out a patient tray, make sure you got clean hands. They need to be served to the patient within 30 minutes of arrival on unit. And we have nutrition refrigerators for patients. And if a family brings in food, it can only come from a grocery store or restaurant. It can't come from home. It has to be labeled as patient sticker and dated and discarded in 24 hours. Eating and drinking. We're only supposed to be eating and drinking in the cafeteria, in the break room. We're not supposed to be eating and drinking at the nurse's station and other patient care areas. Emergency preparedness. We have a plan for you, for our staff, and the family, if we have to pass out medicine in case of bioterrorism or some other natural disaster, we'll take care of you. pass out medicines if required. Information be disseminated through radio, television, employee net. Just make sure it's reputable from the CDC or Arkansas Department of Health. And the infection control manual is available on employee net on the left-hand side. You look for your facility and then infection control and click on there. We don't have it on the nursing units anymore. It's only on the employee net. And there's always someone on call to the hospital operator for infection control, 24 hours a day. If you have any questions about isolation or anything like that. So, does anybody have any questions? No? Have a little quiz. Hand washing is required if hands are visibly soiled. That's true, correct. And people are still looking for their test. Everybody have their test? Okay. The 3 ways of being infected with bloodborne pathogens on the job include No, it's B, C, and D. Dirty sharps, splash to face, and splash to broken skin. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go to number 2. Specific actions I can take to reduce the infections include all the above, correct. Now 3, the ways of being infected with bloodborne pathogens on the job include B, C, and D. Dirty sharps, injuries, splash of face, splash of broken skin. Okay, 4, what is the name of the infectious disease policy used for all patient contact and contact with blood and body fluids? B, standard precautions. 5, after exposure to blood or body fluid substance, healthcare workers should report exposures to A, safety coordinator. I like number C myself. Use of sharp safety devices. D, all the above. Always use sharp safety devices, use safety features, change sharps containers when full. Okay, 7, personal protective equipment. Uses of course required by OSHA, provides safety barriers to infection, includes gloves, gowns, goggles, masks, shoe covers. All the above. Okay. The most important means of preventing infections in patients and healthcare workers is B, hand hygiene, correct. 3 common bloodborne pathogens include B, Hep C, HIV, and Hep B, right. Name 4 symptoms of TB. Fever, weight loss, night sweats, cough, bloody sputum. All right. And we're right on time.
Well, good afternoon. Are we all awake after lunch? My name is Catherine Jett. I'm also known as Dr. Jett, and I'm the course leader for mental health. And I've been asked to speak to you today a little bit, just a few minutes, on suicide. And what we want to do is prevent suicide. And how many of you have known someone that has committed suicide? Tragic, isn't it? Tragic. Because our feelings, do they stay the same or do they fluctuate? They fluctuate. So just because we're in the pits today, I mean, we might inherit $1 million tomorrow, right? I mean, that never has happened for me, but certainly when I've been at my most despondent times, things have changed and look better in 6 months, in a month, in a week, in 30 days, even the next day. Sometimes, did you know people that are sleep deprived get depressed? And you're at prime risk for this because you're in nursing school. Yay! Some of you. Some of you are in occupational therapy school. Some of you are in different schools. So, all of it though has one thing in common. It's related to health care. Is health care stressful? It is stressful when you're people. Yes. If it's stressful, it's kind of stressful. It's like getting a degree in English. No, it is not. Nursing is hard. Occupational therapy is not a walk in the park. Certainly it's doable, that compared to getting a degree in English or getting a degree in psychology. Students have told me over and over again, well, it's so stressful, I thought I was going to lose my mind. Well, that's what we're here for you. That's why we're here for you. We don't want you to feel that way. We don't want you to feel like that you have no options. Okay, we're here for you. We'll listen to you. We will help you. You know, your success is our success. So we don't want anyone getting so sad that they would even contemplate hurting themselves. So I've got a little presentation for you to kind of let you know how bad the issue is. First of all, think with me or say with me, suicide is a permanent solution to what kind of problem? Temporary. As long as we are breathing, there is hope, right? And just because we're in the pits today doesn't mean that tomorrow won't be better.
Because it's your come in the morning.
That's right. That's right. You, look at yourself. Do you have one of these little bracelets?
Yes.
You cannot be replaced. Every one of us has a different fingerprint. Every one of us is different. God created us all different. We have a different purpose. We have a different passion. The key is to find your passion. Find what it is that He wants you to do, and then do it with all your heart. And He will help you. This is just a statistics for the United States for the suicide rate. The areas in black have the highest rate, and you see Arkansas is one of them, and that's very grievous to me, that Arkansas is one of them. Now, a lot of things that have escalated, one of the things that has escalated the suicide rate is the opioid epidemic. So that has created a problem also because people overdose when they don't intend to. In 2017, and I know that's a couple of years back, but that's the most recent statistics I could find. The U.S. age-adjusted suicide rate was 14 per 100,000, but the rates vary by state. In 2017, 47,173 Americans died by suicide. The 5 states with the highest rates were Montana, 28.9, Alaska, 27, Wyoming, 26.9, New Mexico, 23.3, and Idaho, 23.2. The 5 states with the lowest rates were the District of Columbia, which was 6.6, New York, which was 8.1, New Jersey, which was 8.3, Massachusetts, which is 9.5, and Maryland, which was 9.8. The number of suicides in Arkansas for 2017, I'm sad to say, was 631. Now, there were 20.8 suicides per 100,000 deaths in Arkansas. And this has increased how much? 45% since 2005. And it's the highest rate in the immediate region, the states surrounding us. This figure surpassed the national suicide rate of 14 deaths per 100,000 in 2017. We have 20.8, the national average is 14. Now, what causes people to get that despondent? Well, it could be a mental illness like bipolar disorder or major depression or schizophrenia. Or it could be the economy. Economic downturns and suicide goes back to the Great Depression when people were jumping out of the skyscrapers, you know, into the street. When the economy gets worse, suicide rates go up, and when it gets better, suicide rates go down. In 1932, the rate was 22.1 per 100,000, or 70% higher than in 2014. Also, the declining marriage rate. It seems as if when we're not alone, when we have a significant other, that declines the suicide rate. Rising divorce rates. Sometimes it can lead to social isolation. Unmarried middle-aged men are 3.5 times more likely than married men to die from suicide. Unmarried middle-aged females are more likely to kill themselves. And the divorce rate's doubled for middle-aged people since the 1990s. So what are risk factors? If you've ever attempted before, previous suicide attempts, that increases your risk. If you've got a history of depression or other mental illness, if you use alcohol or drugs, or abuse them, if you have a family history of suicide or violence, if you have a physical illness, if you feel alone, you are never alone. Call a friend, come to a teacher, go see Dr. Coleman. Say that with me, I am never alone. I am never alone. Okay. Warning signs included people talking about feeling trapped or being in unbearable pain, talking about being a burden to others, increasing use of alcohol or drugs, being anxious, agitated, or being reckless. I've known people to drive down the interstate at 100 miles an hour, you know, not smart, not smart. Sleeping too little or too much, withdrawing or feeling isolated, showing rage, or talking about seeking revenge for being wrong. Displaying extreme mood swings. One time they're in the dumps, next time they're just high. Warning signs for immediate risk is if they're talking about wanting to die all the time or killing oneself, looking for a way to kill themselves, searching online, obtaining a gun, talking about feeling hopeless or having no reason to live. And why did I go over this with y'all? So you will recognize it if somebody starts talking to you about these things and get them help. So you know, it's going to be okay. You know, let's go talk to somebody. Let's go talk to Dr. Coleman. Let's go talk to Dr. Jett. Let's think about this. You know, you haven't done well on 2 tests, but the 3rd may be better. I know you owe a lot of bills now, but you know, when you get out of nursing school, you're going to be making a lot of money. You'll be able to support yourself and your child. You know, just try to talk them through it, but get help. That's the main point. So to summarize, suicide is one of the 10 leading causes of death, and within each age group, 10 to 64. The increases in suicide rates occur for both males and females, and all but the oldest group. The percent increases in rates are greatest in females aged 10 to 14, and for males aged 45 to 64. Poisoning is the most common method for females. Firearms, males. Suicides involving suffocation are increasing. I just can't imagine. That would be a horrible way to go. Where do you go for help? The Arkansas Crisis Center. If you need to write these numbers down, please do. 888-274-7472 or 501-364-3400 or 866-611-3445 at Arkansas Children's Injury Prevention. You can also go to the National Institute of Mental Health. There's a crisis text line. You text HELP to 741-741. If you want to talk on the phone, there's a National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, 1-800-273-TALK, 1-800-273-TALK. And you can go online and chat with them. Remember, what did we say at the beginning? Suicide is a what? A permanent solution to a what kind of problem? You may feel like you just want to die, but you will feel better. Get some sleep, get some rest, have a good meal, talk to a friend. I promise you, you will feel better. Go to your family physician. Antidepressants work for some people. This is one little dot and a long spectrum in your life. You're unique. No one can replace you. God created you for a specific purpose. Find it and make the most of it. Do good to other people. Be successful. Your story is not over yet. That's what that semicolon means. I love that semicolon. Your story is not over yet. There is a reason you are breathing in here today. You're never alone. I've already given you the number of the National Suicide Hotline. So please remember that. Take your little bracelet, put it on your arm. You may want to take an extra one to give to someone that you know that's feeling sad. Again, we need you. You're unique. God created you for a purpose. So please, please, if you get to feeling sad and despondent, talk to someone. Do not do something rash. Do not do something permanent when your life is not over yet. Okay? All right. Y'all have a blessed day. The librarian is next, and Dr. Coleman's here. I already said your name several times.
Thank you.
I said mine too. I said thank you to me, to you. We will be happy to talk with him. Okay, thank you all. And it is Miss Guppy next. She is your librarian. Learn everything you can from her. You will be looking for her. She is one of your best resources. She will help you with database searches and research. She's wonderful. Well, I'm going to put that here. There you go. I didn't sign out. There we go. Sorry. Y'all have a good day.
Hey guys, hope you're having a great first day on campus. I'm just going to give a little introduction of who I am and the library today. So my name is Cheyenne Guppy and I am the BHCLR librarian here on campus. My office is located in room 1504, right beside the Snacks Cafe. So I'm just going to talk about a few resources that we can offer you here on campus. We have access to several print and electronic journals, some research databases. We have article retrieval options and writing assistance. So I'm going to go over those in a little bit more detail for you. So our print and electronic journals, we have over probably 90% of our collection is actually online. But we do have a few print collections within the library. So those you can come in and check out for up to 2 weeks at a time. So to access the online journals, you'll go to the My BHCLR portal, and under the library tab, you'll scroll down to where it just says Online Library Catalog. Now here you can search for several different journals. You can pull up electronic PDF files of that journal. You can print them out, do whatever you want with them. So those are our journals that we have access to. We also have access to several research databases that are going to be helpful for you throughout your semester. Some of these databases include EBSCO, CENTAL, Medline, Ovid, and Joanna Briggs Institute. I know those are probably all foreign language to you. You may have heard of a few of them, but that's why I'm here to help you figure out and
narrow down which database you need to use. I'm just going to show you today how we kind of access those databases. So again, on your BHCLR portal, you'll scroll down to where it says EBSCO Discovery Service. So we're just going to click this link here. So this discovery service is a really great tool for you. It's going to be super helpful. So this service provides access to every single database that we subscribe to, all in one central location. So you don't have to go through and pick each separate database that you want to do a search through. It's going to pull all of that information into one resource. However, you can actually go to each separate database if you would like. You can just click on any one of these locations that you send off, and it'll take you to that specific database. Now this will be helpful if you have a certain project that you want to do. Each database kind of pulls from different resources, just depending on the type of search you're needing. Now, a few different databases that I like to reference to is what I like to call the Google databases. So these include what's called Dynamed, Clinical Key Nursing, and Up to Date. These are all also located on the EBSCO page. Now these, what I call Google databases, are exactly that. They are quick reference databases. So you want to search topic of, say, hypertension, it's going to give you a bulleted list of information about that specific topic. Now, you'll get that in these, what I call Google references. Now, in the other databases, you're going to get long articles about that. So these are mainly just for quick reference. Now, we have several other databases other than that, but those are just the main ones that we use every day. So other than the databases, we have what is called article retrieval options. Now this will be helpful for you if, say, you find an article and it says you have to pay $35 for it. Well, you're not going to want to do that. Whatever you do, never, ever, ever pay for an article. That's why I'm here. That's why we have the resources we have to help you. So what you can do, if it's saying that or asking you to pay, or if you are having trouble pulling up that full text, you can come to me and I can help you out, find that article for you and get it printed off for you. Or you can fill out what is called an article request form. This is also located on your BHCLR portal. So it'll be under the Library Forms tab. You can just click, it'll be like a Google form. You'll just type in all the information you know about the specific article and it'll be sent to me and I can get that article sent back to you. One other option we have is called an interlibrary loan. So that means if we as Baptists do not have access to that article that you were wanting, we will get that article from other resources, either from UAMS or other libraries around the state or even the country, just depending on where we can get that information for you. So whatever you do, do not pay for an article. So the last thing we can help you with is writing assistance. So you're going to be doing some research papers, and I know most of your professors will want APA format. Some of you may have never used that, or it may be confusing. I know it is to me sometimes. So that's what I'm here for. I can help you figure out if your citations are correct, if you need to cite something, if your format of the citation is correct, or your overall citation format or APA format of your entire paper is correct. I can assist you with that. So just to kind of summarize, we have print and electronic journals. We have research database access, the article retrieval options, and writing assistance. So the library is just here for you so that you have a great semester. And are there any questions? I know that was kind of a quick overview and there was a lot of information. So,
what time is the library open?
The library is open from 7:30 to 4:30. Yes, ma'am. Sure. It'll be Dynamed, all one word, and then it is Clinical Key for Nursing, and Up to Date. Anything else? Okay. And And if you have any trouble accessing anything, or you just can't remember where to go, you can either send me a quick email. It'll be cheyenne.guffey@baptist-health.org, or you can come to the office and I can help you out any way you want. Thank you.
Okay, I got one more question for Mrs. Guffey. How much lead time do I need if I find this article and they want me to pay and I don't have any money, and I send it, that request to you? How much time should I expect before you can get that back to me?
Well, if we have that article within our database, I would say within a day. However, if we have to request that article from a different library, I would say at least a week, just depending on how fast they get that article to me. Okay. Y'all have a great day.
Okay, I think according to your schedule, that was the last speaker, right?
Yes.
And it should say something like, go to your separate groups. So Ms. Qualls, are you going to have your students, the practical nursing, on this side in the AB, is that right?
Correct.
And I talked with Ms. Manning, and I believe that the RN traditional are going to be on the opposite side in CD. So we're going to, and then RNA, do y'all know where you're supposed to go? I don't know either. How about the scrub tech? Do y'all know where you're going? I hope so. Okay, take enough time to make your transition and then be wherever you're supposed to be at 2 o'clock. We're going to have to move this wall and close it, so just be aware there's about to be some moving parts in the room. Okay, if you're an RNA student still in here, Dr. Palmer says that your orientation, your specific orientation will be tomorrow, so you are released to go home. Drive safe, have a great afternoon.